J Squad.
We gotta find. Now what do we do? That's the first clue. Now what do we do? That's the first clue. We gotta find.
Yo, what is going on, everybody? How y'all doing today? Oh man, we got an interesting interesting subject ahead of us. Let me know how it sounds. I did some adjustments, and hopefully y'all won't hear me constantly taking breaths, because that was annoying me as I was going through my videos. But anyways, we have some interesting things to talk about. A friend of the channel one of the guys in my tiny community, Vincent Martin, had a rough day. Just it didn't go well for him at all. Made a video defending, of all people, Just a Robot. And we're going to talk about that a little bit. Went on Op Block. Falgi kind of tore him to ribbons, man. Just absolutely shredded him. But I went and talked to Vincent Martin after the fact of it, and he, we had a little conversation. He told me, like, I asked him specifically about some of the claims I heard Falgi make on Falgi's stream, where like he had an insider that said that Vincent knew that his information was wrong, but was okay with it because it kind of like followed the narrative. Vincent said that it's not the case. It's kind of more of a thing where he doesn't think he's wrong in it. So, as far as I know, unless someone comes up with some other information, something different than that, it's kind of a he said, she said on whether he knows it was wrong. As we got into it, though, it started talking about like what is he trying to accomplish here? Like, what is this video really about? And we're going to go over that video and some others. But he pretty much told me that it was part of a 3-part series he was doing on a lot of the new people in commentary. People like he did a hit piece on Queeman. He did a stream on Beckett from Cope and Seethes. That one we're not going to watch. It's like 2 hours long. And then there is another one that's around the J-Stalk Cherry drama, where it came out that J-Stalk was dating Cherry. So he's kind of going over this thing where he doesn't like a lot of it seems like he doesn't like a lot of the new commentary people, Queeman, Chud Logic, Beckett, a lot of these guys, or he has some problems with the way they run it. I think he likes the old days with like Tommy C, Augie RFC, and a lot of those guys. So I'm going to try and kind of decipher it. I've been watching the videos ahead of time, just so you know. I've watched all the videos ahead of time, and I have some criticisms. I don't want to give like too much away right now. I don't want to poison the well, any of that kind of stuff. I want to go through, look at these videos, and just give my opinion, see what's going on, give my critiques on Vincent. And I've talked to him and let him know, he's let me know he's fine. He knows I'm a drama channel, so that's what I do. I appreciate that. I also let him know that, I'm not pulling punches. If I think there's stuff that's bad in here, I'm going to say what I believe in, what I want to say for it. So as we get started today, we're going to watch his first video. I figured what I would do is go over each of these videos, because his claim to me is the Just a Robot video. People are taking it in context of just that one video, not considering the kind of greater overall narrative that he's doing with his other videos. Which one was first? So what I want to do is go over these videos and see what I can put together on it. I think, like I said, we'll see. We'll watch it. We'll go through some things. So the first video that we have up for today is going to be, it's called, Is Queeman a Grifter or? Vince really doesn't like Queeman. He really doesn't like Queeman, and he doesn't like Morale, which is a little if you don't know who Morale is, he's a little shitter in the community, but he's made like 3, he's bigger than me, but as for terms of commentary community guys, he's a pretty small shitter who has a reputation for some things in the commentary community. We're not going to get into Morale tonight, but we are going to get into this Queeman video, because this is the first video in the series. And down here in the bottom, let's see if I can zoom in a little bit. Boom, boom, boom. And yeah, that should be a little bit better. He kind of says he's where was this the one? Yeah. Hiding his true power may be a ultra instinct spurg. There will be a follow-up to this video. There will be a follow-up stream to this video, and I'm keeping the time slot for that open. There was somewhere else that he said standards in the commentary for this video. I'm going to focus on commentary community. Bear with me. I'm still trying to make sure. Yeah, if I remember right. If not, Vincent, let me know. Like I said, you can always come in. What's going on, Blank? How you doing today? Welcome to the party. So let's go through this video. No gaming tonight. No Rimworld, because you have to kind of focus to get through Vince's videos. It really takes like reading into it. So let's start here and see where it takes us.
Queeman, in case you didn't know, is someone in commentary, or is it Twitch poll? I'm not sure on that one. Let's try that again. Queeman is a YouTuber, I guess.
So this is the kind of thing he'll get into. Queeman, from my understanding, and I don't know like all of Queeman's history, is that he was in Twitch poll. He was like a Destiny anti-fan, I guess, in the Destiny community and stuff like that, and then broke off around the same time Chud did and entered the commentary community. So that's what I understand.
He does the stream, react, other stuff, and someone, maybe himself, cuts it out as VODs. Don't know. Now let's first address the grifter claim that is in the title. Queeman would probably try to argue against that, but that's just because he tends to argue on instinct, like when people make claims that he's a lolly defender.
Intentionally an attempt to sexually draw children.
Gotta love card posting. Favorite channel of mine, card posting.
Yep. And that's bad. But Queeman alone dares to ask, why would you care if people thought you were a pedophile? It's no biggie.
That's not what I said. I said pedo defender.
But it seems he managed to completely dodge that bullet with card posting, at least. Truly a brilliant example of how he turned it around on someone instead of actually, talking about his weird stance on lolly. That led to this discussion between the two. But back to the grifter claim.
Oh, he's going to listen. We'll listen to the call and then I'll talk about it.
That much is obvious whenever he gets backed into a corner of why he's doing what he does on the internet. It's all about money.
Irrelevant, anything like that?
There was one slip up in the video that I definitely noticed, but I won't say it on stream just for everyone's sake, but there is definitely one slip up. I don't have anything else. If you've got evidence of something, sure, I'd love to see it.
Okay, so you can identify one thing that I did wrong 2 years ago, and I think you would agree, reading the STV Philly logs, I made a completely good faith effort to try and resolve it, and there are people who are lying and fucking with me, okay? Why is it that you were so focused on me?
Well, because that's the interesting drama.
Okay, so you're just drama farming. You just don't give a shit.
That's what I stream about, drama, bro.
Or maybe content. I'm not sure. It's totally not.
Like, okay, to me, I get what Vincent's going for here. Like, yeah, Queeman is very open about what he's doing is a business, and he does drama, right? It's kind of what my channel does. I watch videos that are interesting to me, and it's usually based around some kind of drama. Whether it's Smash JT or, something else. Like, I'm getting really into the VTuber dramas lately. I don't think that's like, you can be a drama content creator and still be in good faith, right? And still make good arguments and things about it. I think in a lot of cases in that way, your reputation hinges on it.
Not about the normalization of lolly or whatever crap he talked about with card posting here.
Okay, as for the normalization of lolly, yes, Queeman has been he's one of those guys that does the lolly debate stuff like Destiny did, like other people. I haven't heard a lot of his claims. I haven't watched a lot of his defenses, but he's always like the small stuff I have seen. He's never said that like lolly is good. In fact, he doesn't like lolly himself, but he's got some defenses and like he doesn't like the wood chipper idea, in there. Like I said, it's not something I would do. Like, I'm not much of a jumping in on Lolly defense, but it's that like Queeman, at least Queeman used to be one of those like pedo debaters.
And it felt like you were sort of pulling your punches.
Oh, I also want to be very open. Vincent sent part of this to me before he sent this one out. And I did offer some criticism that he ended up making some changes to the scripts on. So I had seen part of this before it got pushed out to anyone else. While I don't agree with a lot that I saw on here, I mean, I think the video was improved from what I first saw.
I've seen the clips in advance. I did skim through the video before I started my stream.
Well, yeah, it still seemed like you were like.
I mean, I'm being real with you. I was thrown off because I watched your videos and I was like, but this doesn't seem like card post. First of all, it doesn't seem like card posting. Second of all, I like this guy. I've sort of upset this guy's saying like he thinks I might be a pedophile.
My mistake. He doesn't do that with card posting. Queeman slips that argument into his response to the card posting video.
Okay, hold on. This is kind of a thing that I've noticed in these videos, is it can be hard to understand what Vincent is trying to allude to.
I mean,
Lolly or content.
Farming. You're like, you just
It's totally not about the normalization of lolly or whatever crap he talked about with card posting here.
And it felt like you were sort of pulling your punches.
Well, no, I'd seen the clips in advance. I did skim through the video before I started my stream.
Well, yeah, it still seemed like you were like.
I mean, I'm being real with you. I was thrown off because I watched your videos and I was like, but this doesn't seem like card posting. First of all, it doesn't seem like card posting. Second of all, I like this guy. I'm sort of upset this guy's saying like he thinks I might be a pedophile.
My mistake. He doesn't do that with card posting. Queeman slips that argument into his response to the card posting video. Just real quickly, his claim was that he talked about to card posting about normalizing lolly, but it wasn't there. It's in this next clip. To me, the previous clip is irrelevant if it's not getting to your point, right? This is just kind of extra fluff for the video. Which I'm guessing card posting watched at some point, but it's really strange how it wasn't brought up at all within that discussion between the two. Well, not really.
You're about to see Queeman reacting to Xanderhall here. And say what you want about Xanderhall, that he's a big lib, bad with money, dumb, stoner, filming in a church basement, maybe wants to kill his editors, looks like he has AIDS. Yeah, we've heard it all. But he's actually going to make a very cogent point here about how the Nuxtaku lolly fixation was being played off as a joke right up until it wasn't, and that someone calling him out should have come a lot sooner. Queeman here has now inexplicably turned his face cam on to give his hot take that jokingly being a pedophile is actually just like a harmless goof among pals and really funny.
maybe in 2014.
Sometimes joking about being a pedophile is funny. Yep. I will say that with cam on. Not tonight. I can't remember what's going on cam tonight. But I have and would say that with cam on. Sometimes joking about being a pedophile is funny. Pretty much everyone's done. I think even, fucking Chud has made like pedophile jokes. It is funny. It can be funny. Is it always funny? No. Obviously, it's not always funny. Sometimes it blurs a line. If it's too normalized in certain communities, it can make it difficult to notice red flags for actual negative behaviors. Totally agree with all those points. However, yeah, fundamentally, there are plenty of jokes about being a pedophile that are funny.
But it's completely fine with people calling anyone pedos as a joke when there's absolutely no evidence to back it up.
Oh, yeah, it's like retarded. And why would you take it seriously? It's like a joke. It's like a joke that he's making in Discord to fuck with someone. It's like a joke. It's like a joke in Discord to fuck with someone. I couldn't tell you how people I've called rapists and pedophiles in Discord chats. It's countless. I had no evidence for any of it. Obviously, you would have to be retarded to believe it.
I don't think ZV ever raped his sister. He's probably an only child. I don't give a shit. I just thought the claim That was made by a fucking autistic schizo. No Miss Yalf was really funny.
Okay, well then,
Like it's just like so obvious it's not serious. Like you can literally watch the hit piece. Literally watch the hit piece. It's so
here. So here's a problem that I have here, and this is going to be a consistent thing amongst the videos, is I don't understand the context of this clip. Like, I get that in this clip, he's saying that it's okay to call someone a pedophile, joking about it in a Discord. But what's the context of what's going on in this situation to know why he's doing it? I tried to go through some of the videos and try and look at because Vincent can be really good about leaving the information there, but I just couldn't do it all before this stream. And it just doesn't, I don't think this proves that Queeman is okay with pedophilia or debate pedophilia. It just seems clipped versions of him saying things that sound bad.
Hey, serious.
It's almost as if ridicule is man's most potent weapon. There's no defense. It's almost impossible to counterattack ridicule. Also infuriates the opposition, who then reacts to your advantage, at least ideally. So why is Queeman reluctant to use it against Nux? Well, probably not because seems to be a Mr. Girl fan. Infamous.
And here we come. It always comes back to Mr. Girl.
And his Eminem parody song, I'm a pedophile. Also, it can't be Queeman is promoting such behaviors to encourage those in his circle to keep on doing this. Still, it looks sort of bad when you hide certain streams like this. Damn it, this really doesn't help the claim that Queeman's a grifter. Hey, look at this sudden change in attitude from Queeman here.
Yeah, he's a I just want a game centrist.
Again, I've openly talked on multiple platforms that I don't like Endymion, so I'm going to say it right here now. Full support of at least these statements. Like this is an Endymion dub. 100%. Whether I disagree or agree with Endymion or not doesn't really matter. The fact of the matter is, I don't think Endymion is a relevant. In fact, I think that Endymion is the opposite, and I think that he leans too hard into not accepting relevantism.
What this is projection then from Yorch.
Yeah, exactly, correct.
As soon as a game gets popular, you guys are too afraid.
These guys might have 100 IQ collectively.
About the wokeness, because you're not conservatives. Yorch, you still have not told anyone what's woke about this. What is woke?
Well,
because
he also builds conservatism up as if conservatism is a bastion of purity. Well, guess what? Look, I don't want to upset anybody in the audience and whatnot, but I'll say it. I won't speak for Smash. It's just me. I'm not a conservative. I'm also not a liberal. I'm an anarchist. But I do remember.
Wait, he's an anarchist? What?
Because I'm old enough to remember, and it was around during those times. I remember 9/11. I remember the Bush regime. I remember the illegal wars under conservatism. I remember the weapons of mass destruction hoax and Dick Cheney running the government. Let's not pretend that conservative.
This clip's a little long, and I'm not sure what he's trying to get at here.
Is inherently moral or correct. There's corrupt no matter what side of the aisle you go to, and touting on about conservatism as if it's the objectively correct way is absolutely bananas.
No, this guy's awesome, actually. No, I'm on this guy's team.
Conservatism on.
Okay, time to drop this grifter bit. I'm like 90% sure Leon is a small-time grifter, and Queeman's saying he's awesome and how.
Okay.
More funny.
So this is a thing that Queeman consistently does on his channel, right? And that's kind of the context you need from it. Where does everybody get their dancing avatars? So many people have them, but I can't find a generator. The person who made mine is named Hellbent. She's from the commentary community. They came around from Keffels. Keffels had the first Wiggler that I know of, and someone made one for Queeman. Someone made one for Queeman, and Queeman was using it to kind of mock her, and it kind of became part of Queeman's channel. And I had her make me one around the same time that Diorio was getting some, and it went from there. Artists, yes. Artists is who did it. Talk to Gazing or Grizzle. He might be able to help you. I don't know if he can do the Wiggler gifts or not. But back to this. Like, this is something that Queeman consistently does. And I watch a little bit of Queeman. I don't watch like a ton, because a lot of times he very much is a debate guy. Like, he's very much politically, very much gets into debates. I generally only watch him when he's doing some kind of drama content that isn't too political, because just about everything nowadays touches politics. But consistently, let me get back on track. Consistently, this is something that Queeman does. People he doesn't like, he will say things like, I like this guy, I like where he's going, or like, maybe not people he doesn't like, people he finds absurd is what I feel like happens. So this is kind of taking him out of context and saying, that he likes Leon, someone that a lot of other people don't like in the gaming commentary space. And to me, it's a little dishonest.
Proof of anything. In the end of the day, proving someone is a grifter is pointless. I mean, it would make some sense of some of the stupidity that Queeman does, but let's get more into the hidden title of this video. Hiding his true power level as an Ultra Instincts Berg.
That doesn't mean that the fucking money for the Hassan video is now in some sort of a contract to the media company that was never involved in any of this shit. It just means I'm going to keep doing. It just means I'm going to keep doing work for you, which, by the way, confirms. Shut the fuck up, Queeman. That confirms the work for January was done with satisfaction.
I don't know legally, but ethically, to me, that does mean you're on the hook to the company. If you've attributed that to the company,
Queeman,
that does mean.
I don't give a fuck about your morals. You are a piece of shit.
It reminded me of an argument Dark Viper AU made against Judd Logic.
A lot, but it includes the entire video.
Of course, I don't really care that it's illegal. I care more that it is grossly immoral for reasons I have also explained to death.
Now, would people take the legal aspect out of the equation and make it just about the morals or ethics? Seriously, what morals or ethics are they using? I had a small section of my previous
I mean, I gotta say, this is kind of a weak point too. Like, you're comparing him to Dark Viper AU on a completely different subject. When people say they don't care about the moral or they don't care about the legal aspect of it, because laws, like, people speak to laws all the time. This is something I see with the guy who I go after all the time, Smash JT, or any of these grifter guys who will do something like spread a dox or something like that. Oh, well, technically it's not illegal because he's not the one who did the doxing. I was like, yes, but doxing is immoral, and spreading someone's dox to me is immoral. So, yeah, it's legal, but that doesn't change the moral value of it. Just because something is legal does not mean that it's moral, right? If your whole argument is well, it's okay because it's legal, that means when things you don't like become legal, you no longer have an argument for it because you say, oh, well, it's legal now.
A script where I was guessing at what Queeman's ethical system might have been. My top 3 guesses for what Queeman's possible ethical system would be ethical nihilism, hedonism, and or egotism. They fit with the grifter bit that I was originally going with, but after some feedback, I decided to be more direct. And I'm leaving the title as is. He could still be a grifter of some type, maybe a political kind. Is a grifter still a grifter even if they suck at it? Not that I care to prove he's one, but I noticed with a lot of those who get called grifters.
But like, the whole video is kind of trying to prove he is one. So not caring that you're going to prove him wrong as one just seems odd to me, right? Like, you're trying to, obviously, yes, you can't prove anyone necessarily as a grifter because you can't know in their head if they actually believe it. And grifter gets thrown around a lot nowadays, and it's super annoying because, I mean, when there's an actual person who you can kind of prove as a grifter, it just kind of lessens it. It lessens the value. The word is overused, like most words end up being on the internet.
they at least have one or two people around them to white knight for them who aren't exactly on their team, or at least will pretend they're not. Now, I know most people know Queeman is a political person, but, you know, with his commentary hat on, somehow this passed for legit criticism and commentary nowadays.
No, this is the pattern of behavior.
So Willie said instead of apologizing saying Hassan didn't apologize, and Hassan saying, well, no, I did apologize. You're saying I didn't apologize?
You said you post, dude. This is exactly my criticism.
Because let's say this goes a different way. Imagine a parallel universe where Hassan just didn't immediately clock that Willie said he didn't apologize, or Hassan didn't remember quite the timeline whether he apologized or something. This whole debate goes through with Willie saying Hassan didn't apologize, and then that's just accepted. So the idea that we just, Hassan's got to do the research and make sure that Willie's criticisms are true, this is like retarded. No, Willie is just he's like embellished his criticism here to try and get an own on Hassan in this debate. I know he's not taking the L when he's realized it's completely wrong.
I mean, just because this is Queeman being more against Willie Mack rather than him being pro Hassan, maybe he wants people to argue, oh, you're arguing for Hassan. No, I'm arguing against Willie Mack's stupidity, which is stupid on its own. And I'm sure you'll get this. That's just a stream. Nothing he turned into a VOD. Yeah, it gives him the ability to put this stream in the unlisted sort of section he has on his channel, and possibly it might even disappear one day. But it definitely emphasizes the fact that if you control the framing of the debate, you can control the narrative. That is, if people listening to you buy into this crap. I have to wonder.
Okay, it's another clip that, like, you if someone doesn't know about that particular drama, they have to do their research into it to try and figure out what's going on. I only know about it because I have watched some stuff about this until the Hassan, Destiny, Ethan stuff just got so out of sorts that I was like, I'm done doing this. But he's arguing that the way, you know, Willie is debating is wrong. Willie was wrong. Hassan had actually apologized for it, but Willie wouldn't back down. He has a lot of problems with the way Willie Mack went about this debate from a very debate bro setting, right? And I don't know that proved anything other than he had criticisms of the way Willie Mack went about the debate, right? I don't know what it's trying to prove.
If that's what the 12 rules for radicals meant by saying the price of a successful attack is a constructed alternative. Hell, there's many other of these rules that could apply to what Queeman does. I already mentioned Rule 5 earlier. Ridicule is man's most potent weapon. Did anyone pick up on that? Now, a good tactic is one that your people enjoy, is one I'm sure many streamers looking to make their chat happy and get new followers could fall into without even knowing the rules themselves. Rule 3, I'm not sure. Whenever possible, go outside the expertise of the enemy. Yeah, this is something I've seen from Queeman a couple of times at the very least. And the way he sort of reviews this stuff makes me question if any of his views on anything is based in reality. Like, what are you responding to here? You're doing your best to discredit him in this gay little fashion here.
Is this what you're gonna do?
So I don't like this idea of the, you know, using the rules for radicalism, or, you know, what those were. The problem with things like that is you will take it and use your own bias to paint someone to that picture, right? Yeah, people can be using those rules without knowing they're using them. Sure, there are people who use that to try and build this narrative and stuff like that. But I just, it doesn't make any sense to me to point out these rules. I would, if you've got a real criticism of Queeman, you know, focus on that criticism. And there's a lot of like jumping back and forth between random clips of it. Let's see what he's going to say here, though.
And it makes total sense for anyone crying that Hassan didn't watch this video. It makes total sense to not want to watch this video. It is the exact same talking points that have been made by other people against Hassan.
Why? What is even going through your head, Queeman? Cares if you wouldn't watch a Willie Mac video? Is this what your audience watches you for? To act like a total ass clown? To go against Willie Mac, contrarian, straight out of the box? Or has this been what you've been reduced to? Or it could be Rule 8. Keep the pressure on and never let up, no matter how stupid it comes across. Or maybe it's Rule 10. If you push the negative hard enough, it'll push through and become positive. Him always being on the attack means he rarely has to go on defense, and does rather poorly, so he finds ways around that. So it could be that instead of him using any of these rules, but if there's something like a gay op where we
just made that, he just made that claim, right? That Queeman never goes on the defense, he always goes on the attack. Let's see that claim in action, right? So give me a clip where Queeman has backed off or is trying to avoid the conversation. That's what I want to see when you make a claim like that. Not necessarily that you didn't like that he said Hassan didn't want to watch the video. That's his opinion versus your opinion on the situation.
Queeman has some involvement in it, gets criticism, he gets a slap on the wrist, and the world keeps moving on despite all his failures. Why is that? Probably Rule 4. Make the enemy,
I need to see these failures,
live up to its own book of rules. They tried doing that to Destiny. Same with Mudahar, or however you say one ordinary gamer's real name. And of course, they tried to do that with other commentary channels, but that didn't even really work. Mainly because they seem to have misjudged what the rule book for those individuals on those commentary channels are. Or did they? What if they were the ones who wrote the rule book on how commentary works? Now, there's just one problem with this. The rules that they're trying to get people to accept as
I find it a little ironic that we have Tommy C playing in the background. It's well known Vincent is a Tommy C fan, and I really do think that Vincent feels that Tommy got a little burned in the Chud stuff, because there was this whole drama where a bunch of small commentary shitters were pretending to gay op Tommy C. And it was just very low tier content. No one believed any of the stuff that he said. Queeman made some jokes about it, but never actually endorsed it. And then Tommy C kind of started going after Chud over and over and over again, and Chud made his responses and really hasn't talked about it. And I think my personal belief, just my viewing of everything, is that Vincent, I think, might be fighting back in honor of Tommy C.
How things operate in the commentary community is one that already existed before. It's called spurred content. So how did this change occur? That's a serious question. I don't expect a serious response from anyone. I have my theories, but this isn't the place for that. The point is that the people who had supposedly their own rulebook used against them, Destiny and Mudahar, seems to have walked away, ended up mostly fine at this point in time. Let's see how that lawsuit goes. Don't care if he gets sued into oblivion, but I won't whine if he wins either. And as for the commentary channels, they tried to rope Nick into their plans to nail Destiny. Nick's shown in the past he's willing to talk to people who might try to fuck him over, because that's what he's done in the past.
They tried to rope. He's talking about the President Sunday shit, and I don't like President Sunday. And that whole ordeal of the way that it went down. But was that... Can you show me where that was Queeman and Chud and these other guys? Well, specifically, this video is about Queeman, so we say that. Can you show me where that happened with Chud or with Queeman? Can you show me some kind of evidence and not just feels? Because right now a lot of the claims that you'll show a clip that's kind of out of context or might sound bad in a vacuum, and then you make a claim like he's using these radical rules or that he is normalizing lolly. It's like, I need to see where he's normalizing lolly. I need to see where he's taking control of the commentary community and use Nick Diorio to go after Destiny, right? President Sunday, I believe, made that video completely on his own. Well, they've already talked to his editor and other stuff like that. So I don't think it's some big conspiracy from the commentary cabal.
From experience, John Swan and a couple of others. President Sunday underestimated him, and he lost because Nick recorded that conversation and released what Sunday left out of his video. Then comes along Willie Mack with his first Destiny video that includes Beckett and President Sunday in the supporting roles because he really believes that they screwed up a lot of the discourse around here. That's an opinion. Seems to have some merit to me, but different people will have different opinions. It was really during the huge debate panel where it happens, Queeman gets Willie Mack to come in to interrogate his position on some of this crap here.
And say, hey, did you extort this person? And then you have DMs that lead you to the conclusion that they extorted.
You should, which is
let me lay this out. Let me lay this out for you. 1 second.
So, lay it out.
You believe someone is extorting someone else. Person A is extorting person B, and you have DMs to evidence this have led you to this conclusion. You reach out to person A and you say, hey, are you extorting person B? And they say, oh, no, I'm not extorting person B. That's not my intention at all. But you don't provide any more evidence.
Dude, the evidence Sunday had was a single tweet that said she was taking the LSAT.
I don't make a statement on what the evidence Sunday had was. I'm simply interrogating your standing. Yeah, I'm interrogating your standing because you're staking positions. I'm interrogating what the position actually is.
If you want to know what underpins Willie's Max worldview, why don't you just ask him directly? Frankly, I don't think he would even tell you. Definitely seems like he's looking at it from a true utilitarian perspective. What is the optimum way we can be completely honest while respecting everyone's opinion, while having the best outcome? Could be wrong on that. I'm not a mind reader.
Are you talking about from like Willie's perspective or Queeman's? Because Queeman usually isn't all about like happiness for everyone. And I mean, that clip is what him talking about. What was it? Like his, I don't even know that there was enough of that clip for me to determine what that is.
He really believes that they screwed up a lot of the discourse around here. That's an opinion. Seems to have some merit to me, but different people will have different opinions. It was really during the huge debate panel where it happens, Queeman gets Willie Mack to come in to interrogate his position on some of this crap here.
And say, hey, did you extort this person? And then you have DMs that lead you to the conclusion that they extorted.
You should, which is
let me lay this out. Let me lay this out for you. 1 second. So
lay it out.
You believe someone is extorting someone else. Person A is extorting person B, and you have DMs to evidence this have led you to this conclusion. You reach out to person A and you say, hey, are you extorting person B? And they say, oh, no, I'm not extorting person B. That's not my intention at all. But you don't provide any more evidence.
Dude, the evidence Sunday had was a single tweet that said she was taking the LSAT.
I don't make a statement on what the evidence Sunday had was. I'm simply interrogating your standing. Yeah, I'm interrogating your standing because you're staking positions. I'm interrogating what the position actually is.
If you want to know what underpins Will,
yeah, that's such a weird comment to like. That's a weird clip for me because it's not what he's trying to do is like break down the situation into the simplest factors without what the actual evidence is to kind of figure out what Willie's view on it would be. But it's not like, yes, you can definitely say that Queeman doesn't like Willie Mack and Queeman thinks what Willie Mack does shit videos. But that I don't think that clip showed that. It was them talking about a specific situation with Queeman trying to lay out a foundation that they can argue on, right? I would have to see more of this clip. Like, I feel like a lot of these clips I need to see more. I need to know the context of. They're very out of context.
Billy's Max worldview, why don't you just ask him directly? Frankly, I don't think he would even tell you. Definitely seems like he's looking at it from a true utilitarian perspective. What is the optimum way we can be completely honest while respecting everyone's opinion, while having the best outcome? Could be wrong on that. I'm not a mind reader. I can only say it sort of parallels my own value system. And that seems to be true based on the evidence that President Sunday sort of revealed he had. And Queeman admits he's not interested in the subject matter at hand, but the ideas behind it. Underlying motive.
No, like it's not about the ideas behind it. He's trying to stake out he's trying to break down the idea into the very core of what it is, right? Like, he's giving them the scenario that they're talking about, but without like the context. It's the very simplest version of it to try and get Queeman, or to get Willie Mack to say, this is what, you know, my belief is in this. This is what I would do in this situation. So I don't know. This doesn't sound like him trying to say he doesn't care about the evidence at all.
That he should just ask directly about instead of hint at. Probably because Queeman can't argue against the actual evidence here.
That's the same thing.
Really,
it's all connected, Queeman.
The attempt to extort can be true.
You just keep talking. Is this the fucking...
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
You aren't engaging in anything.
I am engaging. The attempt to extort can be true, but the paid off part could be false. So, like, I'm going one claim at a time. So, attempt to extort off the table. Now we're talking about the paid off part. So, I agree with you.
Where is the attempt to extort?
Well, that's what Sunday's believing. That's part of the narrative. That's part of the slandering that's being accused, right? Is that Sunday believed that Pixie was attempting to extort?
Yeah, the attempt to extort is him saying, here are DMs. I believe it is extortion because I talked to a lawyer, which he completely lied about. That is not true. He did not talk to any lawyer. Okay.
I don't think it matters whether he spoke to Laura or not. Some unnamed
it
lawyer's comment
entirely matters, because if you're accusing someone of extortion, you should probably know what the fuck you're talking about and getting a professional opinion.
Queeman doesn't seem to care much about speculating behind the ideas behind Sunday's reasoning for making the video. He basically just goes along with Sunday's narrative as if it's true, by Sunday telling a lie.
Damage Sector, you're damn right. I'm extorting you with DMs. You will keep making silly little videos of me until the end of time, or I will leak our DMs again. But I gotta go back and listen to this again.
The Pixie was attempting to extort.
Yeah, the attempt to extort is him saying, here are DMs. I believe it is extortion because I talked to a lawyer, which he completely lied about. That is not true. He did not talk to any lawyer. Okay.
I don't think it matters whether he spoke to Laura or not. Some unnamed lawyer's comment
entirely matters, because if you're accusing someone of extortion, you should probably know what the fuck you're talking about and getting a professional opinion.
Queeman doesn't seem to care much about speculating behind the ideas behind Sunday's reasoning for making the video. He basically just goes along with Sunday's narrative as if it's true, by Sunday telling a lie. Probably a couple of ones, but one about the lawyer, I think, is the most clear cut there. But that context, or should I say, element of the story doesn't matter to Queeman.
Pixie killing herself, right? He goes, I don't want Pixie to kill herself. I can't do that. That would be psychotic. I would be a psycho if I came out with this video.
Yes.
And then he goes, well, she's extorting Destiny, so now it's game, and I'm totally okay to come out with this video. So it's the entire justification. So yes, it does matter.
Wait, what are you saying matters now? Whether the extortion claim is true, I agree with you. That part matters. I don't think it matters whether he actually spoke to a lawyer or not, because the comment from a lawyer doesn't matter. That's all I was saying.
Sunday lying about why he thinks it's extortion matters, because it's the whole reason he came out with the video.
But he has a line of logic for why he thinks it's extortion that doesn't rely on...
His line of logic is him lying,
exactly.
Bro.
So
you realize that, right?
The line of...
Seriously, if Sunday lied about speaking to a lawyer, what makes you think he won't be willing to lie about other things?
That's a bad argument.
Starts talking about it, once the son starts saying Low in the Box got cucked and all this stuff, well, it's kind of an untenable position at that point. Like, and that's before
untenable?
What, to keep moderating Pixie's name and pretending nothing's happening, because everyone's talking about it. It's like a huge story where there's like not just the story is being ran, but there's actual misinformation about the story being ran by huge YouTubers. You're just supposed to sit there, cover it, and bite your tongue.
All these guys did was spread more misinformation. That's all Beckett and Sunday did.
Oh, I agree. The speculation. Beckett, okay, well, mate, Beckett's going to contest that. I agree. Sunday's video, absolutely, like, it's not good. Like, I mean, it's not a good video on Destiny.
Okay, then why are you sweeping for it? I don't get it.
I'm not sweeping for it. I'm just
It
like
seems like
contesting
you
your place.
agree.
I think there's low levels of engagement happening with.
Queeman definitely seems like he's trying to sweep for President Sunday here. Not very well, but he's definitely trying to find a critical theory problem with Willie Mac's video or process or underlying belief. I'm not even sure which it is.
I mean, he doesn't think Willie Mac's video is good either, right? And he's trying to break down the argument that Sunday has in that. Like, he's not. I hate the word sweeping. So many people use it over and over and over again and don't really understand what it means. If you're talking, basically, they're saying if you're talking about President Sunday's video and not just flat out saying it's bad, like, you can think it's bad and still have arguments about it. You know, even parts of it that you could agree with. So it's, anytime someone does this, they're going to be looked at as a sweeper is what it comes to. It's just an easy argument for someone. Like, yes, I get it. I don't like Sunday. I didn't like Sunday's video, and I have a lot of problems with Sunday's video. But from what I know of from this conversation, which is clipped up quite a bit, it wasn't it wasn't what is being shown here. I don't know how to explain it. I would need to go back and watch the video again, which I haven't gotten to.
It definitely seems to be along the lines of keep the pressure on, never let up. Still, it makes me think about Rule 7, a tactic that drags on too long becomes a drag. But in relations to Rule 12, when you pick the target, personalize it, and polarize it, how do you change up tactics doing that to make sure they don't drag on too long? Maybe by doing what Queeman did with the video, Nicholas Diorio's brutal debate with best friend. Have to hype up those cap letters. It really should have been titled, Nick Diorio is sweeping for Willie to his best friend. That was capitalized there. And I think the beginning of Queeman's own video, the best way to highlight the insanity of this.
I will tell you what's happened. I don't have evidence of this. I am clairvoyantly tapping into the schizosphere, and I'm telling you exactly what happened. Here's how Willie made his video.
I think you're just setting a really bad precedent if you're saying like a video essayist has to post by a certain date. Otherwise,
what? No one's saying that.
Their video has to be even deeper than like.
This is a bad communication of the content, and if you haven't seen everything else, you will come away with an incomplete at best, I'll say, impression of what happened. No one's saying he shouldn't include the President Sunday section. Who is saying there should be nothing about President Sunday in there?
I mean, on one hand, he's trying to make it out like he's completely insane, schizo, Berg out of his mind. On the other,
but hold on, was that clipped?
And I think the beginning of Queeman's own video, the best way to highlight the insanity of this.
I will tell you what's happened. I don't have evidence of this. I am clairvoyantly tapping into the schizosphere, and I'm telling you exactly what happened. Here's how Willie made his video.
I think you're just setting a really bad precedent if you're saying like a video essayist.
Okay, it's not.
Certain date. Otherwise,
what? No one's saying that.
Their video has to be even deeper than like.
This is a bad communication of the content, and if you haven't seen everything else, you will come away with an incomplete at best, I'll say, impression of what happened. No one's saying he shouldn't include the President Sunday section. Who is saying there should be nothing about
Okay, that I don't understand that first comment he made about like his schizo theory of how the video was made to what he's saying after that. Like, it's so odd, it feels clipped. Did he say something before that I talked to Queeman, it went well. Queeman got some weird lolly doomer media. That one doesn't seem to be in here. So I don't know. This feels clipped and out of context. I haven't seen this particular stream, so I don't know what's being said in it. But the first part doesn't add up with what he's saying here.
President Sunday?
I mean, on one hand, he's trying to make it out like he's completely insane, schizo, Berg out of his mind. On the other, he's trying to set himself up as an expert on this by trying to say he's done the most research. It has so many points to try to prove this. This reminds me what Queeman did with Willie is textbook.
Did he say anything about research in that clip though? I don't remember. Okay, hold on. He's talking about
like he's completely insane, schizo, Berg out of his mind. On the other, he's trying to set himself up as an expert on this by trying to say he's done the most research. It has so many points to try to prove this. This reminds me what Queeman did with Will.
I mean, in that thing he's talking about, like just going with that clip right there and what it is, the second part of it, he's talking about if you're going to make a video, especially about a subject, you should keep up to date with the video. If you're about to drop the video and information comes out, then yes, you should update your video with the new information. I don't know how the schizo part and the other part meet together.
Willie is textbook Gish Galpin. I'll give you a second if you need to pause and look at the screen for the definition, which is up now. What I highlighted earlier,
It wasn't up.
Willie Mack is an example of someone countering this tactic. He focuses on the falsehoods told by President Sunday that Queeman definitely seemed like he was trying to sweep for, but maybe he wasn't. There's a lot more I can say on this, and I have a stream set up to follow up in case I need to, but it's not like this is the first time Queeman has done this in relations to sweeping. I'm putting quotation marks around that because it's a very indirect method, but
I mean, if we're going to call sweeping, just call him out and say he's sweeping for him, right? I don't know. This kind of like, I don't want to full step onto it and be wrong in the situation. I mean, just if you're going to call him a sweeper and show me how he's sweeping. Because it doesn't seem like the clips that I've seen show that he's sweeping for President Sunday in that situation. And none of my read on any of what Queeman said in that drama, because I was actually watching pretty hard him, Chud, and the others during Destiny's little video outstretch. I didn't notice any sweeping for him. He didn't like Willie Mack's video, and he had some major criticisms. A lot of people had criticisms for Willie Mack's video. If I remember right, he had personal information in the first cut of it, had to take it down, cut it out, and put it back up. So I mean, there's criticisms to have on Willie Mack's side, and you don't just need, like, a lot of times there's just such retardation in a situation where a video is bad, right? A video can be bad and have good points in it at certain times. Now, the problem is I have to watch the context of the Willie Mack and Queeman debate to understand what he's coming up with more. Vincent, you need to give better explanations of what's going on. Like, this is a situation where they're doing this. This is a clip of this happening, because there's a lot of, well, he may be sweeping, he may be doing this, he may be using Rule 5 from the Gay Op handbook, but it's not you're not giving us any solid evidence of things that are happening. And a lot of these videos, or a lot of these clips, seem very clip chimped.
Still running cover for the stupidity of President Sunday, especially when it's somewhat related to Willie Mack in a strange way. Hell, I went over that whole thing on stream a while ago, and I still have no clue how Queeman can think his title fits. You trying to get the the evidence seems to be on Doomer's side here. And Queeman's even agreeing, trying to get into some sort of loop to, I suppose a little bit more. I don't fucking know. Doomer Media breaks in final confrontation. I've heard of clickbait, but that is way more misleading than my title here, which at least frames it as a question and is rather irrelevant because even if true, frankly, it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter if someone's a grifter or not, no matter if their intent isn't pure. When someone's right, they're right, no matter their motivations. Figuring out people's intent is stupid. And with that, I'm done. At least until my follow-up stream to this video where I'll probably go into more details where I need to.
I feel like in this video, like you have to try and figure out what he's saying. And I tried to do this on one of his videos, one of the other ones that we're about to watch. You have to do like a buttload of research from all these different videos to try and come to the conclusion of what Vincent's trying to get at here. And even then it's just, I don't understand what he's going for. The claim about Queeman being a debate pedophile has been a thing for years. Everyone brings it up constantly without really digging into any understanding of what he talks about. I don't know fully, so I can't say that it's not. I wouldn't debate pedophilia. I just think that's a retarded thing to debate pedophilia defense, but that's a retarded thing to do. With this like Doomer Media stuff, if you don't intricately understand the drama and go and watch the Doomer Media video on it, then I have no idea like what the context of these clips that he's showing me are. I think you need to focus, like maybe make more videos focusing on these individual dramas and giving your problems and critiques with it, because this seems like each of these clips seems like a part of a larger video. Like each one should be a more detailed detailed explanation in its own video, not the stream afterwards. Like I'm not going to go watch the stream after this because it's like a couple hours long. It doesn't make any sense for me to have to go watch your stream too to get more detail. It should be firm and what it needs to say so that a dumbass like me can understand without having to think too hard. So that's the first video that we're watching tonight. The other one is kind of the one where he gets into, I guess, more of the commentary community. I was kind of focusing on trying to get into the weeds of this one too. After this one, we get to the good stuff. We get to the jar tent and go from there. But let's look at his next video. This is the second video, I believe, in his actually. That was, 21, 29. So this is the next one, going into comparing old commentary standards to the Twitch poll tourists.
A while ago, I said something on stream. It's just so jealous he's steaming. Okay, I'm glad I didn't skip this.
This is ridiculous, dude.
Your ass.
It's hard shift, man. Come on.
They had to pull it out. This is the moment they had to get rid of lyrics. That's speculation, people, okay? I think it's a fair speculation to make based off of almost absolutely nothing.
You see what I'm talking about? Like, I don't understand the context of this, Vicious. I don't know what you're trying to say here, so I have no idea what this comment actually means. Like, without knowing the intricacies of the drama ahead of time, and from a viewer's point of view, they're not going to understand either. This is just gibberish to them.
But there's no standards in new commentary, so who the fuck cares? I'm guessing this hyperbolic over-the-top statement from me on that stream was noteworthy enough for Queeman to interrogate me over.
How am I pushing for commentary to have no standards?
Is that a direct quote from my video?
Yes, you said you're trying to destroy commentary and make it have no standards. You said it like 10 minutes ago on your stream.
Which wasn't directed at Queeman exclusively. So I guess he's self-IDing as new commentary here. So I thought I would make a video to lay out the standards of what I call older commentary in this video and compare it to what some of these newcomers coming from the Twitch poll community seems to think they are, or more likely what they want them to be. Let's start off with the Flamenco TV meme statement. Accusations are not evidence. There's plenty of examples of videos on him. I'll be linking several of them in the comment section, along with anything I use as B-roll. And if you want to learn more about any of the particular things, this one is from the Unseens video on him.
Now, allegations have been a central part of commentary for as long as it's been around. There have been many situations that have spawned purely from the spoken word or accusation from someone close to a situation. Sometimes these kind of claims turn out to be very real, such as in the case of Lionmaker, but on the other hand, many times allegations are disproven beyond a reasonable doubt, such as in the case of Slazo. But regardless if an allegation is stated or restated, it is important to verify if there is any evidence backing up the claim. My point in bringing this up is to highlight the importance of not blindly accusing people of things that you cannot verify. On March 27th, 2022, Flamenco entered a debate with another YouTuber, Aiden Projects, on the show Commentary Bloodsports concerning a tweet that Flamenco had made restating the accusation of a Twitter user that the disgraced Twitch streamer Keffels committed the crime of embezzlement. Now, I would like to make it very clear right now that I am not a fan of Keffels, and not many people criticizing Flamenco for this tweet are either, but this tweet is fucking awful. Right off the bat, Flamenco took the word of a random Twitter user as fact. And his justification? Not that there was anything to back up that statement. No, Flamenco's justification for stating that allegation as fact was that the allegation itself is evidence.
So let's compare that sort of precedence to something like Queeman thinking that this single screenshot is evidence. Sorry, Queeman, that is a claim.
What is the context of this clip? What were you talking about when it came to Doomer Media? I don't know who the string puller is. He said, given I just paid nearly 10K for simple legal work to choose on business, I know Pixie will likely run out of money before she even gets close to 1 milli. As the scam victim of Doomer Media, that means literally nothing. I hired a lawyer once. Yeah, so have I. So fucking what? This guy is like rich. I don't understand your financial decision or judgment for a good reason. He probably hires lawyers more often than a giga-random. Given it was going to cost me like 5K just to even file against Doomer in small claims, I think that doesn't hit as hard as you think. What is this in context to? What does this mean? He sent you this clip in what debate, in what argument? Like, what was the statement you made that he said, here's the evidence for? That's what I like. That's the problem I have with this clip. And I don't know how this, is like, you originally said that this was going to be like you showing the commentary standards. And then you showed this clip about Flamenco giving evidence giving a claim without showing any evidence to it, right?
Claim that could be serious, but given the context, it comes off more as a joke. Maybe that's why Queeman sent it to me. Such a wild and wacky guy. And yeah, well, it is a joke, at least evidence-wise. Seriously, something I would laugh at if it was the only thing provided by someone to prove that anyone, even Doomer Media, scam someone else. Talking about that, let's talk about the person who
it's like I don't know the Doomer Media drama, so how can I understand that what you just said right there? Like, how do I know what you're saying is true. You're not giving me the context of anything.
Mango TV was trying to use this non-evidence against Keffals.
One of the biggest community-wide investigations finished up, resulting in Keffals fully being exposed for misappropriating over $100,000 in donated GoFundMe money.
If anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled.
Spending it on doxing multiple innocent people. But it's Keffals, so she can't own up to anything, take accountability for anything. No, she has to frame an artist as transphobic, making the artist go private. I haven't heard from them since. This video isn't just about Keffals' career ending, it's about her trying to bring everything down with.
So Keffals got caught admitting to it. We don't have that with Doomer Media. Still, this is really proof of Keffals doing this. And I have to wonder if some people are using this to retroactively rethink Flamenco's TV's accusations are evidence meme and thinking we should take it more literally or lose the joke with it and make.
Okay, are you trying to say that because it happened to be right, what he said, that allegations can be evidence? Because that is absolutely ridiculous. He got lucky. If I made an accusation that someone was a pedophile and they happened to be a pedophile and I was right, that doesn't mean I had any, knowledge of what was going on. I still made a statement without any evidence of it. It's Flamenco made a shit statement. Accusations are not evidence. Someone coming to you and saying, I think this happened, is just spreading a rumor. And if you don't check, if you put that rumor out and you don't check on it, then yeah, you should be criticized for that. Whether, it's come out later that you're right or not. Right? So from what I'm gathering, if Flamenco was right and we should literally take evidence, accusations are evidence, that means we should never go after anybody who makes any kind of claim because they might be right.
All evidence into a joke, but that's just crazy thought. More importantly, the next former commentary lolcow, who knows if that status will change or not, or if the meaning of lolcow is changing with lolcow live, but in any case, commentary lolcow who ran away, and like many others.
Ooh, this very statement ended, it's soured.
Seem to have died on Lolly Hill. But none of these were the only factor that led to that downfall, as well as many others, because Tipster's fall from grace mainly came from him constantly defending Keffals.
Dying on the hill to defend Keffals trolling, but will nail Boblax to the cross for doing the same. He's the guy who's crying about Boblax bringing up DMs from the previous month, yet sits idly by whilst Keffals calls Boblax a transphobe for something he said 4 years ago. I mean, the bias is shining through like the beams from heaven after racism gets installed on Discord. Boblax and Keffals later have a debate, but I do not want to give anyone the torture of listening to Keffals talk with the speed she's talking at. So yeah. But isn't it crazy that this is just like the stuff with Tommy C repeating again? Someone who Tipster previously disliked treated him nicely, and he completely burned the bridge with his former friends, taking the opportunity that came to stick the knife in Boblax. Following this debate of sorts, OGRFC would do a stream reacting to the situation, eventually debating Keffals and later Tipster, and it's just L after L.
Some people might be asking, what's with these double standards? Flamenco gets scolded for going after Keffals, Tipster gets scolded for defending Keffals. At least that's the way it will seem to.
Okay, that is just a retarded take, flat out. They're criticizing different aspects of different situations. At the time when Flamenco made his claim, there was no evidence backing it up, right? No evidence whatsoever. It was just a claim that Flamenco put out there. It being a correct claim, whether that person was making it or not, does not fucking change the fact that he made it with zero evidence. In the Tipster situation, Tipster was actively defending Keffals, even though it was well known now that she was extorting people for money, that she had earned what was it, like $200,000, $300,000, $600,000, however much it was that she earned, and was like using it to play around. It's a completely different situation based off of the context of the drama, but you're trying to play it up as a hypocrisy, and that's just not what it is.
to some people, but some people aren't exactly concerned with the context around any of these examples.
Yeah, I think it's you, Vincent. I think you're the one that's not concerned about the context of those two situations.
It can be hard to keep and track and follow all this crap. Now, I believe this can be best highlighted by Technical's The Commentary Double Standard, which I would go over here, but again, someone much better than me has already covered it, so I think I'll be pulling from that, which definitely seems like it counters the double standard claim from Technical's video.
Moving on to the main point of the video, Technicals criticizes Nick, Augie, Tipster, and Tommy C for what he sees as special treatment given to Zaptai as opposed to their coverage of the YouTubers Kiwis and Minilad. Firstly, for Nicholas Diorio, Technicals brings up two examples. The first one is a clip of Nick saying that the 19-year-old Kiwis sending a picture of his dick to a 16-year-old was bad because it's illegal, juxtaposed with a clip of Nick talking about the legality of the Zaptai situation in a more favorable light. Now, even ignoring how a huge part of Nick's video on Kiwis was about Kiwis' constant victim blaming, blaming his depression, obfuscating the truth, and constantly trying to justify his relationship with the girl, Nick already clarified his opinion of the age gap in the Zaptai situation 1 year before this video in his Zaptai interview, where he calls it a point to criticize him on.
Oh look, there's a comment from Willie Max Joe below the one I left on that same video 2 years ago. And since I don't want to get too off track...
Okay, I gotta go read those. But I don't understand what he's trying to get at here.
1 year before this video in his Zaptai interview, where he calls it a point to criticize him on.
Oh look, there's a comment from Willie Max Joe.
Even Zaptai came up. Hell, that's what had me stop caring about commentary community, and I only used to parody them. But even I made some cringy, more serious videos about Zaptai the end. Glad I kept my distance from the aftermath of that, and I only sometimes dive back into the videos like this. A lot of research went into this video. Stay consistent and you'll find an audience. I don't know what he's going for here. And this is another situation where I don't really know a lot about the Zaptai situation. I have like some outside things, but you need to explain to me in this video the knowledge of that so that I can understand what your point is. Because it doesn't seem like there's I can't see this double standard.
Below the one I left on that same video 2 years ago. And since I don't want to get too off track from the premise of this video, I found an interview with Willie Mac going over his thoughts on the standards a commentary channel should idealistically have, in his opinion.
That view YouTube is like a business opportunity and they're into it because they do like money. Yeah. That's fine. It's just you gotta like, for instance, if you're in like if you're in the Fortnite space and you're in it for money, like I don't think that's an issue. If you're in commentary and you're in it for money, I don't think that's an issue, as long as you have some sort of line or like ethics code, because in commentary you're talking about like you're dealing with people's lives, right? So if some allegation comes out and it's not properly vetted and you're just automatically jumping on the allegations and jumping straight towards like, you know, this guy's a pedophile or this guy's guilty or whatever. This is not relating to anything at the moment. This is just general shit that has popped up and has been wrong, whether it's like the Slazo case or, you know, Quite was another one of those stories, right?
Now let's...
Okay, but this is what Willie said just completely went against what, you know, you were saying about flamencos maybe needing to be taken seriously. He made an allegation with absolutely no evidence.
To what Queeman thinks about what is a commentary standard.
Compromised if you're dating one of the key victims.
Well, and I mean from the other side, and I look from the other side.
But I don't think. But that's like this is like a very almost like commentary standard, if you know what I mean. Like I don't think
Sure.
a lot of time, like, you know, how many people that Destiny fights with or talks about does he have intricate personal relationships with?
Don't we criticize that? Aren't we like pretty critical of that, like, anyway? And this is part of the problem. It's like at the same time.
I'm not, wait. I'm not necessarily critical of there being personal relationships, no.
Well, no, hold on. It's more the fact to do with like when people have come into the Destiny argument, people are like, well, maybe you're compromised because of your relationship with Destiny.
But the point I was trying to get at, sorry, the point I was trying to get at, finish that. You understand what I'm saying? Is that people, Destiny has all these intricate relationships, and the audiences do not give a fuck. Like, they don't care how compromised Destiny could be talking about someone. They'll listen, they'll watch, they don't care. It's a very sort of like commentary creator standard of like, oh, you seem compromised, you've got a conflict of interest. Like, it's not something that masses tend to care about. So
okay, and here's the problem with like this clip so far. I listened to it. I even went to the main video of it. This doesn't compare to the last clip that we just watched of talking about the commentary standards. Willie Mack was saying that you should vet your information before you put it out there. Don't just spread it around. And Queeman is saying that he doesn't think that the viewers give a shit about someone being compromised. This is the J Stock Cherry drama that was going around, and they're not the same. This doesn't connect in any way. It's two different arguments. I think that he's wrong a little bit, that like it's more of a sides thing. Like, Destiny's fans will see Cherry and J Stock as compromised, or we'll see J Stock as compromised because of his relationship with Cherry, and a lot of J Stock's audience will probably not care. I don't see how these two things compare. They just don't compare, because they're different situations.
I don't know how much of a problem it actually poses for J Stock, if you know what I mean.
I'm not sure about this compromise standard that Queeman is trying to place on commentary creators, maybe commentary channels like him, but they're a rather new breed. I mean, frankly, it works better in an example when clear ties can be established, like what was done with the whole technicals versus commentary, supposedly Civil War. And even then, it really wasn't the main point of criticism that the commentary community at the time really used against technicals, and more importantly, his video on Zero. But John Swan was in there, and he's bad. Never mind, let me play this shit.
Connor, who you might remember from earlier in the video, posted a Twitter thread detailing the allegations against Pixel, but also attempting to connect the story to the topic of Zero and technicals. So I just got sent this crazy Reddit article by some random that has interesting information that leads me to believe why Tech is dying so hard on the argument he is with Zero. So basically, Tech's brother got busted in a group chat Tech owned, where Tech's brother would post nude images of himself and lolly he'd allegedly drawn as well. He claims he was the only adult in the chat at the time, with the ages of the people in the chat ranging between 13 and 19, Tech's brother being the oldest at 19 years old. In response, Tech's brother admitted to it, saying he was immature at the time and has grown/knows better. Because of this, I believe it's fair to say in order for Tech to throw Zero under the bus, he would also have to throw his own brother under. This line of reasoning was then repeated by Augie, as well as other members of the commentary community. Now, some people, including technicals, complained about the commentators bringing family into it, and in most situations I would agree. However, in this situation specifically, Tech's brother is a public figure, having even more subscribers than Augie and technicals combined. My problem with his brother being brought up is that I don't think it connects to the Zero situation at all. The argument that for Tech to throw Zero under the bus, he would also have to throw his own brother under doesn't make any damn sense, considering how different the things Zero admitted to are from the things that Pixel admitted to.
As you can see, it's believed that this is just a theory trying to understand why Technicals was fighting so much with the commentary community over Zero and the video that he did covering that case. The criticism existed before any of this stuff was even discovered about Technicals. But that's the closest example I can find to lead anyone to believe that this is a standard held in what was at least formerly known as the commentary community. But if I'm wrong, give me a comment down below with the best example and I'll address it in the follow-up to this.
It's that same thing. Like, I need to understand the context of everything that was going on. It does sound from that clip like Augie and Connor messed shit up. And it goes back to that idea of allegations aren't evidence. You need to have the information to back it up together before you put out a statement. But that's a thing that was common back in the day, I think, amongst probably, I don't know about the commentary community, but like allegations were thrown out a lot of times and YouTubers lost their entire careers over it, right? I wish I could remember more about the Keemstar thing where he was calling the guy a pedophile or all those other things. It's there's a lot more. I can say there's a lot more of a standard now amongst commentary people to not just put out random hits without having some evidence. Like you might call somebody a pedophile in a joking manner sometimes, but that doesn't mean you're going to make an actual claim or accusation that they're a pedophile and run with it. And a lot more people tend to want to have some kind of evidence that something is going on.
Yeah, but we're also talking about general consistency because, like, let's just take Tom.
Oh yeah, sure. If you're making like a consistency argument where it's like, but it seemed like what you were saying to there was that's gonna be a problem.
Well, I think it's a problem for just its consistency, and I think it's also a problem for like this ongoing coverage of it. Because again, like going way back to the Tom drama, the reason I got so fucked off at Tom was he presented himself and Mantis as a fairly neutral pairing, and then turns out to be fucking e-dating her.
Sounds like Beckett has a better understanding of the commentary community, at least as I understand it, than Queeman here. And I'm not trying to say Beckett here is perfect, but I'll be getting into that later. And he brings up a point that Queeman feels the need to comment on.
That's one.
I mean, I've always said I think you were over the top on.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
that,
you can. That's fine.
Queeman's going into the interpersonal aspect of that situation might not seem like a queer thing to get into, but I wonder what prompted Queeman to make this pivot. I personally think it's related
Is it a pivot?
to something Queeman says a few minutes later.
To whether Just Talk's gonna, like, people are gonna try and drag you and Just Talk into drama over it, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I just don't know how I can be dragged into drama. I'm just sitting there talking about it. I'm trying to stay
as neutral as possible.
On the sidelines, you know.
So to be clear with what I'm saying here is that I think Queeman pivoted from the fairly neutral point that it seemed like Beckett was going to get into with this comparison by bringing up the interpersonal elements that might have clouded Beckett's judgment in that situation. And he could even be correct on that. So what I'm thinking is Queeman is sort of doing this when he sort of wants to present himself as neutral later down the line, like he clearly does. But maybe I'm giving Queeman too much credit here. Maybe.
Well, okay, no, he's. I do remember a little bit of this because it's more recent in my head. Queeman didn't want to get involved deeply into the drama of, you know, J-Stalk and Cherry because they're friends of his, right? So he doesn't want to. He told them in the beginning, like, hey, listen, don't tell me anything. Don't, give me information I don't want to know. He is trying to stay neutral in the drama because he has a connection personally with these two people, and he wants to, not throw bias into it. At least that's what I gather from it. Maybe I'm completely off my rocker, but I don't see how that's necessarily a bad thing, right?
Maybe it was just his attempt to keep the discussion on his compromise narrative that he's trying to build on here. There's always other options, but I
mean, he does kind of admit a little bit that there's some compromise there, right? That's what he's trying to say.
I think those are the two most likely.
I can't start being interpersonally annoying when it's like,
yeah, I took it as
like what
I
happened with Tom
slight...
didn't. I can't imagine as a viewer being like, well, Tom's totally compromised because he didn't say he was dating this girl before he said Beckett was soy, or she said Beckett was soy, or whatever it was.
Yeah, okay, that's fine from an audience point of view.
There's also this whole focus on from the audience point of view, which I understand why they would bring those things up. Optics are sort of important, but it seems to be obfuscating from what is most likely true. Still, those are my standards. Commentary community.
No, what he's saying is that the audience isn't necessarily going to care about who's compromised and who's not, right? Most people are going to just like I said earlier, Destiny fans are going to say that it's a compromise, but J-Stalk fans aren't going to. The people around it don't really care. That is very much a commentary community saying, like, hey, you're close to this. We think you might be compromised. The fans don't.
Community.
Like if you just made the allegations, if no one brought up, like if there weren't commentary people that would bring up someone being compromised for some reason because they're too close to something, the fans or the viewers will say would never think twice about it. Generally would never think twice about it.
Tends to like to go with what they can prove to be true instead of likely to be true. For example, I think it's likely true that Beckett is likely compromised, aside from his associates from the Twitch poll scene. Like,
so, let me listen to that again. Let me listen to that again.
Can prove to be likely true. I understand why they would bring those things up. Optics are sort of important, but it seems to be obfuscating from what is most likely true. Still, those are my standards. Commentary community tends to like to go with what they can prove to be true instead of likely to be true. Or
yes, hold on.
Commentary community is likely true. Still, those why they would bring those things up. Optics are sort of important, but it seems to be obfuscating from what is most likely true. Still, those are my standards. Commentary community tends to like to go with what they can prove to be true instead of
Yes, we want to prove it's true and not just make baseless speculations of what's going on. Like I'm starting to think, Vincent, that you're with Flamenco's idea of you can use accusations as evidence. That it's just you don't need any proof that something's happening. You can just say whatever the fuck you want based off of whatever context clues you want to add into the situation. And yeah, I think having evidence of it being true is the better standard. And that can come in like a lot of different forms, right? You don't have to have the exact truth of what someone's thinking, but you can have evidence about what they've done, their actions.
For example, I think it's likely true that Beckett is likely compromised, aside from his associates from the Twitch poll scene like Queeman and President Sunday. There's also his involvement with the ACC, but there's another element to make me think.
So this is guilt by association, which is also a bullshit argument. You need to look at somebody's actions and what they're doing, because yes, Beckett seems to have connections in the ACC. He has a lot of friends and other stuff in there, but he doesn't seem like he sweeps for anybody that I've noticed. I don't watch a lot of Beckett's content. I've heard them, through other means like Queeman and stuff like that, talk about how he is like he's still friends with Lio Convoy because they're friends, even though Lio Convoy's situation, and that's his choice. I think it can sway his opinion, maybe, though I would have to go look at those situations to really know. But like because he's friends with Queeman and the ACC, he's compromised.
He's compromised even more than that, such as.
We'll go very, very hard. And, with generally speaking, Cope and Seed's research is, a little arrogant, but very, very good. I mean, we do take commissions for this for a reason, because people will come to us for freelance work. The line is when you lose sight of your own principles of why you're doing something. So, like, the Soggy video might be a good example for this for me. I'll look at, like, harmful opinions and Tommy C's takes, and it took me a while to actually, like, kind of come around to the way they were seeing things, and I respect both of them. I like both of them. I've been a long-term fan of harmful opinions. So it's kind of a weird position, but I'm like, also, I've dealt with so much shit because of the dog pack stuff that even though I know that there are really elements where I completely agree with them, I'm like, yeah, but also I would burn quite a lot of people's bodies on the pyre of taking dog pack down because I hate the dude so much, and that's a bad place to be as a commentator.
Still, I'm not going to make the argument that
I mean, he's admitting his faults in that situation.
It's compromised here because it's just fucking stupid. I just sort of wanted to point out, I think I have better supporting evidence.
Hold on.
I just sort of think it is compromised here because it's just fucking stupid. I just sort of wanted to point out, I think I have better supporting evidence to make such an argument for this lame compromise status against Beckett than Queeman has with Willie Mack.
Do you think that, and even I want to be careful how I phrase this. I know that you've mentioned like this going back to Willie in like a Twitter space and things. I don't want to get into the take, but do you think that that looks deflecty?
I joined the Twitter space. And I'm pretty sure people were talking about Willie. People were talking about Willie's tweets about it. So I was like, okay, I'll bounce off of this.
Okay, that makes sense.
Sure, Beckett, just listen and believe what Queeman thought a Twitter space titled J-Stock Gets a July Surprise was just people talking about Willie Mack. It's funny that anyone would.
Okay. This is what, probably Alex Gekmo. I've gone into a few of these, and a lot of times the title has nothing to do with what they're talking about, or they veer off onto other subjects. So I would need you to have like a clip of what was being said in here than just showing me the title name is different.
Believe that, and I'm not saying Beckett does, but with this actual next bet, I have to wonder if anyone would buy this bullshit and believe it.
Well, the vindication is the fact that the claim against Willie was that he was compromised by the Destiny stuff, by his pre-existing relationship with Destiny, and I think also like that's to claim. I think that's somewhere on like a comment.
I don't know about other people. I don't just claim that because you've got a relationship you are compromised. I'm very very clear. Okay, Willie Mack is compromised because his Hassan videos rely heavily on Destiny's community and Destiny's perspectives for research and backing. Willie Mack does zero ideological analysis or argumentation in any of those videos.
Since I like to humor absurd arguments myself, no matter how laughable I personally find them to be in some cases, and since Queeman DM'd me the laughable evidence about Doomer Media, that was actually credited as a writer, or was it researcher for Willie Mack's show at one particular time? And that is something provable. Unlike my theory that maybe President Sunday was trying to go after Doomer Media, not only because he had issues with Doomer's Vosh video, something I think, let's just say, annoyed President Sunday at the time. Because
you're rambling, Vincent.
The video Doomer Media made on Vosh got praised, why his...
I need you to focus on each situation. If you want to talk about the Doomer Media stuff, put it in a Doomer Media section, and you can bring it up, in light of these. But you're giving me lore about Doomer Media that I don't understand the context to. Even when it comes to like this clip that I do understand the context to a normal viewer who's watching this, they're not gonna, if they haven't deeply gone into the lore of, if they weren't watching Queeman and Beckett and all these other people around this cherry stuff, I don't know that they would understand what you're saying here.
Well, let's just say I don't remember many people talking about Prez Sunday's series on Vosh all that time ago. But maybe this was also a 4D chess move by the Prez to hurt Willie Mack's credibility by going after Doomer once again, like he tried to do when he critiqued Doomer Media's video by bringing up the character of the guy that Doomer paid to critique his script.
To abject slander, lies, and fraud. And as we will see over the course of this series, that is precisely what Doomer Politics, as well as graduate essay counterfeiter and professional streamer mom Booksmarts, who accepted pay to hide the former's true colors.
Because my job is to write graduate papers for people and to write essays for people. So what I have to do is I have to research that person's field, and I need to become an expert in this really, really small part of their field in order to write about it, in order to like push the envelope in terms of what we know.
Possibly as much as $1,000.
I paid people $1,000 to fucking critique it, to make sure that it was better than it would have been.
Again, not the only option.
Okay, that seems massively clip-chimped. And yes, I don't see the merits in that initial argument that just because he hired this guy to critique his video, that it's bad. Again, I don't know the context around it, so it's really hard for me to say.
So maybe it was a weird attempt to get an in with Willie Mac's show. I mean, that one's a little bit far-fetched, so probably not. The only reason I can think it could have been a possibility for Perez Sunday to try to do this is because of the weird way that he got Beckett to set up a meeting between him and Nicholas Diorio many months later. Yeah, I don't think that one fits there.
Again, this is like, it's two situations that you're trying to compare to each other.
Could be other reasons for that.
But I want to be really clear. I reached out to Nick super early. In fact, I reached out to Nick earlier than this, because when I first heard about these leaks being wider spread than Nick believed, or I believed, I told Nick, and that was like the 6th of January. Listen, Nick's my friend. He is a really fucking solid guy, and I would die on a hill for him. So I don't like this narrative that I in some way was like, oh yeah, no, Nick needs to be in the video. He didn't. And I said it would cause issues if he was.
Besides the obvious one.
So, I mean, is that proof of Beckett being scummy because he connected Nick Diorio to President Sunday? I mean, I agree that, you know, President Sunday tried to fuck over Nicholas Diorio in that situation, but Beckett is clearly stating that like that wasn't his intent. He, you know, likes Nick, and he's trying to make the idea that like while he was making a video, his own video, in correspondence with President Sunday, he did not endorse and may have even actively said he didn't think Nick needed to be in the video. President Sunday thought otherwise.
In any case, I thought I would ask Queeman in the DMs. You recently claimed that Willie Mac is compromised because his Hassan video relies heavily on Destiny's community. Okay. And Destiny's perspective for research and backing. What is the evidence you have to back up that claim of yours? Of course, Queeman didn't get back to me because this is pure fanfic material. I'm sure he would give plenty of other excuses, but at the end of the day, excuses are just that. He has nothing to back up this claim he made on Beckett's stream because it's a narrative that he just wants to push, but doesn't really have the backing to do so. Allegations don't equal evidence, neither does a poorly formed, out-of-pocket argument to back up your point and not having much to show for that. The funniest thing about this is Beckett.
Can we explain the point? Because I'm not understanding what the point is of Queeman's video, like of Queeman's clip. Is it that he's saying that he doesn't believe that, like so far what I've gotten out of his statement is he doesn't believe that the audience gives a shit about if someone is compromised or not. Right? He's saying that that's a commentary standard. Commentary communities give a shit if someone is compromised or not. Like commentary YouTubers do, but the audience doesn't. So, I mean, is that what you're saying is fantasy?
It treats this as if it's real.
As a result, a lot of his analysis and the things he puts in are filtered through people.
Oh, okay, so he's going over the evidence that Willie Mac his idea is filtered through Destiny's community.
People who were involved, and he spoke to Pixie, possibly to Lonerbox, but to Erudite significantly.
Sure, and I can see that criticism.
Or maybe Beckett's just humoring Queeman with this Willie Mac crap just to get Queeman's actual opinion on the J-Stock Cherry situation, since they're all just both drama streamers who come from the Twitch poll crowd. Keep that in mind.
Never gonna give a fuck about that. It's a total lie. It just comes through so obviously. Anyway, carry on.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Listen, it's fine. But that argument of compromise and seeing it through people's viewpoints, like the conversation we just had around Just Ilk, is that not now something that essentially he can throw back and go, well, you're claiming that I'm compromised? Like, even like just removing some context for a second, just as a baseline argument, you're removing context, saying that I'm taking this through the lens of people involved. But on, like, your side, Just Ilk, you've ended up dating one of the quote-unquote victims. Sorry, I shouldn't say it like that, because I do believe Cherry. I think the evidence is pretty strong. That some
This is easy for William X to turn around and go, actually, no, you're compromised to J-Stalk. Then yes, I will agree with you. It's very easy to do that.
Okay, cool.
I think it's fair to characterize this interview as a mixture of real opinions blended with what some might call humor, but I will be.
Was there any humor in this though? Like, okay, none of the jokes were there. Like, they didn't feel like they were seriously talking about the situation behind the J-Stalk and the being compromised.
Calling that attempt at humor fiction, because when it comes down to it, that's what most of what Queeman is doing here.
If I ever make content, I'm never forming strong connections with creators like a lot of people do. Even if you're not involved or in the know, you're involved by default, drama by association. I mean, I don't think you cannot, like, it's no matter what you do, you're going to be seen as you're going to be given connections with people, right? So you just have to stick to your morals and your ethics and your, like, what you believe in. That's what comes down to it. Like, I've been seen as Alyssa Mercante's number one defender, right? I don't have much of a connection with her. I've talked to her a few times about some of the situations, and we have chatted back and forth, but there's no, like, necessarily deeper connection. I'm not, like, good friends with her that we talk about our day and stuff like that, but I'm still guilty by association, and a soy boy and a lefty and all these other things. So no matter what you do, that's going to happen. You just have to go after this idea of you're compromised because you're with somebody. Like in the J-Stalk situation, it's very different. It's a very different look for a lot of people. He is very deep friends with Cherry at the beginning. The allegations come out from Cherry about Destiny. And then after that point, after J-Stalk has turned from Destiny, they're dating. And no one really knows the timeline of when things happened in that situation. So people look at it and go, oh, well, he's compromised. Well, you could make the argument because he's in a much deeper relationship, but what Vincent is trying to say here is that they're just making up this compromised allegation, or that Queeman's allegation that the fans are compromised or won't care about him being compromised is some kind of fantasy.
Which is similar to what some people in the commentary community criticized Mama Max for, at least in part. Sure, they aren't one-to-one comparisons, but close enough to at least segue into the standard that the commentary community does seem to hold around this particular issue. First, we have the fake video criticism.
Max claims to be a filmmaker who empowers children, but he's actually a con artist who fakes large portions of his predator hunting content.
I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that.
But wait, you hunt files. You don't think that people are going to think your videos are real?
That's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a face and what they're.
Yep, much of that seems obvious. You want to get people to believe lies, just spread them en masse. Rumor any way you can. Why use one video when pressed? You fold like a paper crane like
hold on.
Max did. So yeah.
This is a fucking terrible argument. Like, Mama Max made videos that he propped up as being real about pedophiles with completely made up information to Queeman's opinion on the idea of compromising. And even then, Queeman hasn't folded. He agreed with the way it looks from the perspective of commentary creators. Like, yes, Willie does have ammo to use against J-Stalk with that, because it looks like he's compromised. But he said he doesn't think that the greater audience is really going to give a shit. This is absolutely two different situations that don't match up at all. It's not that it's not a direct one-to-one. It's just flat out bullshit. And you can't compare those two. I don't mind the random attempt to associate by throwing stuff and hopping on sticks. I mean, clear established connections where you openly partner or strongly associate with people, if that makes sense. I mean, I can get that. My goal in all of this, because part of doing any of this YouTube stuff is going to be networking, right? And I haven't really done that much on my channel, but it's because I don't want to get my fear is getting it, not fear really, but my idea is I don't want to get in the orbit of somebody. I don't want to become a orbiter of Chud Logic or of Queeman or of the Op Block or something like that, just a guy who's around there. I want to have my own channel and my own opinions and talk about those opinions, and then I can link up with other people. So, I mean, you should always, like, when it comes to internet people, I think you can have relationships or you can partner and stuff like that, but you still need to solidify yourself as having your own opinion, your own ideas, your own things. You shouldn't just parrot the ideas of the people around you. Own opinions? How preposterous. I know it's a really hard concept on the internet to get a hold of. It's okay to disagree with people.
Yeah, don't press. You fold like a can. Why use one video when pressed? You fold like a paper crane, like Mama Max did. So yeah, don't.
Where did he fold? It's two different sides of the argument, and he agreed with Beckett on one thing and disagreed on a different part of it. It's
Don't use fake information to make serious claims.
I'm still going to need to see more proof than my sister's friend told me this occurred. The reality is, Max's credibility alone carried this allegation.
Now, it turns out that the guy who orchestrated the video
might be
might be a who sent out.
Where does it end? Where does the cycle end?
Like, and Max apparently, was this a White House interning with Obama or something? Like, there was this whole weird arc in there.
Yeah, because me and my girlfriend were like, we know Max, so it's like we just want to know this whole thing. And you got to imagine, like, if you're the guy running these things and you have a possible history.
I mean, to be honest, looking at it from his perspective, Max is this guy who obviously has a chip on his shoulder and hates this dude, right? And he's making videos about catching. He's just scared that one of the videos will be about him, so he's trying to discredit Max first.
Imagine that.
Yeah, this is proof that why allegations aren't evidence. So I'm thinking it sounded like when he was talking about the beginning part that he was saying allegations are evidence, but at the same time, like, we're now at the end of it, and he's trying to say like the commentary community is putting out allegations without evidence. I'm not seeing where that is.
The projection. Oh my God, that's so fun.
At best, it made people like myself second guess looking into these allegations those 5 girls made and Anthony published. At worst, people like Mutahar and his co-host took Max's words, insinuated they could be valid off of no substantial evidence, and echoed them, effectively shutting down the story and further harming Anthony's reputation. I would like to personally apologize to Anthony for not looking further into Max back then. Maybe we could have salvaged this situation, and maybe we could have saved the current 8 girls a lot of trouble.
Sort of highlights how little testimonials can sometimes work within the commentary community, or how little value the old commentary community will have with testimonials if there's no physical data or evidence to back it up with. Which is why I found it so odd that Beckett used so many of them, sometimes from people completely unrelated to the matter.
By the way, just before you think I'm some sort of conspiracy theorist, I'm not the only one who's noticed this.
Jar to me is always kind of be like a snake in the grass. I think that's the best way to describe him.
Really? Maybe I just haven't been paying attention as much. I always just saw him as like kind of a spurg.
A snake in the grass.
And sure.
Okay, this seems heavily clipped out of context. Yeah. Other people noticed it, and then we've got him watching a Toastify video.
Usually has some sort of evidence to back up that sort of testimonial, but that comes off as weak as I'm Alex continuously flashing that DM up, acting like that's something new that the audience didn't know about before.
This is Alex's video. He ignores the context and receipts that Alice brings to the table and crafts a story with the fewest DMs possible.
And I could be misjudging it, but it almost seems like Beckett has embraced the art commentary community's standards for how things should operate.
Where did you show that, though? You just showed a clip where he said he noticed these things. What things? What fucking things were noticed about this?
Give it a shiny new bow and some general guidelines to work on. But again, I could just be completely misreading that, because Beckett does seem to have a talent for crafting such a video where he can just basically call Jar a low-key racist and
this is foreshadowing, by the way.
Sexual predators, and it has the Turkey Tom seal of approval on it.
Finally, I'd just like to thank everyone who's involved in helping with.
Good video overall. I enjoyed it. You guys can subscribe to Cope and Seethe if you want. I enjoyed it quite a bit.
But who cares? Just Jar. Just try to groom a groomer or defend a predator, at least according to the comment section of his latest video.
Who gives a fuck of what people in the comment section say? Yeah, they're gonna call him fucking groomers. Did anybody of note? Did Beckett? Did Turkey Tom? Did Queeman? Did anyone else, when it comes to Jar, call him a child predator or a groomer? I guess simping for a child predator. I think when they were talking about Cinny Bear, that they agreed that she was like a groomer, but they didn't believe that it met the same standards that you generally see in grooming allegations.
So that's almost
Now that's just me trying to remember with my old ass memory.
Really tempted to make an abortion joke here, but I won't, so use your imagination. But it's been almost 9 months since.
And I could give a shit about what some shitter in a comment section says. I could say that I don't agree with someone dating someone, an 18-year-old dating a 16-year-old. And those people would go take that comment that I made and go to the 18-year-old's comments and call him a pedophile, right? Like, you don't give a shit about like what those people are saying. You look at what the actual person putting out the allegations are, right? That's how you decide what is true. That's how you come to your conclusion about what it's true. The evidence that's being given, and hopefully it's good evidence, or you can see that it's good evidence from what they have by actually assessing it, right? And then seeing, other people, like if someone like me might take something that one of these channels said, and I'm like, okay, well, this is interesting. Let me look into it further, because there's some things that I might have a problem with, or some things that I'm not sure of. It's stuff I tried to do with this video, like where is the... what is he trying to claim? What's the context of the video? And it was really hard to do, because there's all of this that you have to go through to try and understand what Vincent is saying in this situation.
His cancellation, that's with a small c, like cunt. And probably even is in some of the commentary of the many, many, many videos on him for a video that poorly tried to justify.
And I don't know how this comes into context.
Rather bad groomer, intentional or not, that is what seems to be going on in all these fucking communities. Where it's worse, I don't know. Still, this whole Jar
Minecraft communities, that's where all this grooming shit is the worst.
sort of incidents, situation sort of parallels some of the elements highlighted by Technicals in his coverage of Skullgirls.
And I don't know how to get him to not do that, thus the conundrum.
Is the problem that he doesn't try? No. But the problem is what he is trying is not preventing him from getting to a separate issue that is along the same vein. Another coworker, Robert, said that he believes that Mike feels really bad about how he is, but he seems to be very fatalistic about ever changing. My question is, how do we get from my fear is what the public will latch onto and ruin his life over, and telling Mike in private, I think we should always strive to resolve things privately, I hate this internet call-out shit, to a Twitter post saying, Mike has a pattern of hostility, insults, threats, lying, and harassment 2 months later. He's known Mariel since 2010.
And that definitely does.
What was that? I have no idea what that means. So how does that come into context with what? Hold up.
Fit perfectly with this scenario, but
that seems to be a thing that's becoming a regular thing. It's a scenario that doesn't fit together. So for someone who doesn't understand that drama, you don't understand the context of what Vincent's trying to say.
At least it comes closer to that being the truth than Jar trying to compare the Sydney grooming allegations to the Pyro grooming allegations. They just don't match up really well, which it seems like Just a Robot realized in his response video.
I truly believed that I was onto something comparing this to the Pyro drama, because Pyro did learn of Ivory's age when they turned 16, not when they were 15, and he said, and I quote here, shouldn't have continued the furry stuff with him, along with the fact that Pyro got a 15-year-old who he knew was 15 to draw a thicker, lewder, sexier version of his avatar. I thought to myself, well, if people are okay with Pyro doing this, then why aren't they okay with Cinny's actions? I think we all know that if
that is an unhinged statement, by the way. Like, Pyro got away with it for really bad reasons in his situation, that came up with it. And it had to do with his popularity and other things like that. That's a drama that I would have to go over because I don't know the ins and outs of it. Again, it's like I have to know every in and out of the drama. But with if your idea is, well, this guy groomed a minor, so it's okay that Cinny Bear groomed a minor, you've already lost.
If the Pyro drama started with Pyro immediately uploading a video saying, guys, I admit to it, I groomed a minor, and I knew what I was doing was wrong, that drama would have gone completely differently.
Turkey Tom did go over on his Tom Dark live channel that I wish I could recommend you guys watch if it wasn't for the fact that it's clear Turkey Tom's coverage is biased by Beckett's video on Jar, given what he says to Brandon Buckingham.
What is this Just a Robot crap though?
It's like the worst thing ever. It's like, it's. Do you really want to know?
Yeah, we can break it down real quick before I have to go change diapers and shit.
Okay, so there's this like weird girl named Cinny Bear who was like on Discord sending art of her like original characters like king or something, or like having gay sex, I don't even know, to like a bunch of people on Discord, and some of them were like 15 and 14, and then Just a Robot were like, well, she's not, it was like, well, they're not technically a pedophile, they're like, weird and inappropriate, but they're not like a pedophile.
I love when they get technical about it, don't you?
Yeah, but then it turned out that Just a Robot was like romantically involved with this girl, and was like late at night was like messaging on Discord like, want to call? Yeah, and then dude, serious goon hour. And then after that, there were these people who came out with DMs of Just a Robot at VidCon, where he was like saying the funniest shit of all time.
Okay, but how is it like? You're not showing me what Beckett said that was wrong that led to Turkey Tom giving this allegation, because this is Turkey Tom saying, a short piece to Brandon Buckingham, right? This is you giving a synopsis to your buddy, not necessarily, and we all know how that ends up going. The biggest fish story and things like that.
It was like, hey, maybe we can hang out, maybe we can get a drink, and then we
like, don't watch Tom because of his association with Beckett or because he watched Beckett's video. Show me why Beckett's video is wrong.
Can like go back to my hotel room and hang out. JK, just kidding. Haha. like that kind of shit. Like verbatim.
Want to hang out? Just kidding.
Yeah.
For real, though.
It was like, want to hang out in my bedroom? Just kidding. Unless.
But that's for a separate video I'm working on that I hope to have done in a few days after the release of this video, followed by a live stream for those who can't seem to pick up on what I'm laying down here. So I've learned live streams will help cut through the noise. Until then, I'm done.
Okay. So, like, I come away from this video still not fully understanding. It seems like it's very clip chimped. It seems like you don't like I'm not even sure who you don't like in the commentary community, because you say comparing old commentary standards to Twitch poll tourists, but who are the Twitch poll tourists? Because Tom, if you're saying like the Augie RFC group is the old, commentary, we see where you've shown where they made mistakes. And then I guess Queeman and Beckett are going to be the new Twitch poll community. I don't know where you're showing the standards as being different, especially not in the information that you've shown. You compared it to things that just don't match. It's not a good comparison, especially the Mama Max one. That was nowhere even close to a comparison. You're basically trying to push a narrative without any direct evidence of the narrative, that everything that Queeman is saying or everything that Beckett is saying is just made up, that they don't give any evidence, that they're all just allegations. But you're not showing me where they're not, okay, that sounds a little bit weird because it sounds like a negative, but you're not showing me the incorrect stuff that they're saying with the evidence in tow. I feel like you need to focus on one drama and critique that, and maybe that'll get you stuff. Now, he does do that kind of with the next one, and this is the meat and potatoes. This is what got Vincent Martin into the stream with Falgi. He had the video that was just a robot got screwed over by more than just Cinebear. And if you don't know about the Just a Robot Cinebear situation, Cinebear is an AAC, an art commentary from the art commentary community, that admitted to basically grooming a 14-year-old. She tried to backtrack it. Then at some point her roommate, who's another completely fucked up individual, came out with some more information about it, and then it just spiraled into this. It was pretty much saying like, yeah, she groomed this 14-year-old. She was sending NSFW art to her and other things like that. At a certain point in there was two people who were on the defense of Cinebear. And that was Jar, who came in towards the end, but before that, it was Kumo. And I'm not going to get fully into the details, but that's kind of what you want to know. Kumo ended up destroying his entire career by turning on Jar. Jar ended up destroying his career by defending Cine, and then having sleepy time calls with her, and generally being a sex pest. Is what it comes down to, and we'll get more into that as this video goes down. But this is the the Just a Robot defense.
Our future begins.
It seems like Just a Robot got screwed from all angles by trying to cover the Cinebear 03 drama. So let me go over the elements of this drama that a lot of people have overlooked. First, a quick recap. It all started with Jar making a horrible video defending another YouTuber named Cinebear03, Cine for short, from grooming allegations from her roommate, another YouTuber named Birdie. Now, you couldn't tell this from looking at Jar's channel, given the video wasn't even up for 48 hours. Jar was asked by many why he decided to reach out to Sydney, and Jar cites a interaction he had with that creepy reading, which seems to check out.
Now, I personally don't believe you have to interview every single person you make a video on, but I got shit from that creepy reading for not interviewing Dav.
Why Jar thought he would apply to this is something I don't even want to attempt to ask him. That's really something I personally think he should have addressed in responding with receipts instead of half the crap he did, but I bring it up because that, along with another element that caught my interest within the video, probably played a bigger factor, but maybe he could have worked that in also.
And I believe that Cindy was gaslit into doing that by her roommate who goes by it pronouns. When I saw Kumo coming to the same conclusions about Cindy that I came to, along with witnessing him beating a few people in debates about it.
So what I did ask him in DMs is, in your video responding with the receipts, you talked about seeing Kumo beat some people in debates about it. Do you remember where these debates took place? Jar answered back,
"It was in his comments. I think he was also in a stream with a few people that started becoming more empathetic to Shinny."
Since Kumo deleted his channel, not a surprise to me, because let's just say I talked to him a while ago, before this whole shit show went down. And I thought I was smart of him when he claimed he was leaving commentary on one of his streams quite a while ago. Clearly that didn't happen, and it probably would have been smarter for him to get out of commentary. Despite that, I managed to find a sample of...
Everyone wants to talk tough in commentary until they catch shit in commentary, and then it's the drama's too much. I need to leave.
one of those debates on Chud Logic's second channel.
We're talking about fucking girl talk here. We're talking about these two were gooning over.
Girl talk, dude?
Yeah, dude. They're sitting here They're sitting here fucking.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god. They
Jesus
were frothing
Christ,
at the. They
dude,
were
you sound
frothing.
retarded right now.
All right. Okay. Okay. You're retarded. So you're gonna listen to me speak. Okay.
I feel like this is kind of how he presented it when we spoke, even.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
But then, wait a second. Hold on.
Video today?
Hold on a second. When was this? When did this come out? 24th of September.
The important thing I want to take away from this is the date, which is September 24th. These seem to be the factors that led Jar to getting into contact with Cindy directly via DM, which happened on September 28th, 2024.
Just a robot. Hello, are you up to have a VC? I can't right now. I'm at work. Understood. I'm available for text right now, but I don't get home for another 3 hours. I can wait for that. Would you like me to list out the questions I'll be asking you? You want to put the questions and have me answer on call? Confused. I'll give you a list of questions in text that I will be asking in the call so that you can get ready with answers for when I ask them.
The timeline gets complex from here, so I'm going to skip ahead to where Kumo gets a hold of Jar's second draft, where Kumo uploads it to his channel, which causes Jar to panic upload his video in a rush. A bad move on Jar's part that leads to the failure cascade that follows. Now, most people know about Jar's horrible appearance on Chud Logic's stream, but here's a quick recap for those who are uninformed. It was suggested to Jar that he should send his video on Cinebear by Cine to Chud Logic for Chud Logic to review. And Chud agreed to watch the video and gave his thoughts on it. Then right after that, someone leaks Jar's DMs to Sydney to Chud Logic on that very same stream, and Chud started reading them. That's when we get this moment, most watched it seems, where you can see Chud smile a bit before exploding into apparent rage because he's making it out like Jar's trying to use him here.
Okay, dude.
Also, I'm going to try and reach out to Chud Logic. Ooh, I remember liking his stream. I think with his help, along with the recording. You little fucking bitch! You little wretch! Is that what you...
So, I mean, here's looking at this situation. What did, I think there was something that's like, it just complete.
Smile a bit.
Okay, let's go back.
Bear, uninformed appearance cascade in a rush. A bad move on Jar's part that leads to the failure cascade that follows. Now, most people know about Jar's horrible appearance on Chud Logic's stream, but here's a quick recap for those who are uninformed. It was suggested to Jar that he should send his video on Cinny Bear by Cinny to Chud Logic for Chud Logic to review. And Chud agreed to watch the video and gave his thoughts on it. Then right after that, someone leaks Jar's DMs to Sydney to Chud Logic on that very same stream, and Chud started reading them. That's when we get this moment, most watched it seems, where you can see Chud smile a bit before exploding into apparent rage because he's making it out like Jar's trying to use him here.
Okay. Okay, dude. Also, I'm going to try and reach out to Chud Logic. Oh, I remember liking.
Did you hear that? Also, I'm going to read out to Chud Logic. He said allegedly Cinny Bear is the one to reach out to Chud Logic, but right here in this video, Just a Robot is saying that he's going to reach out to Chud Logic. Like, Vincent, did you even read or watch this part of the video before making this claim? Because you're just proven wrong that very next clip. Now, as for this next part, we're going to play it, and then I'm going to give my opinion on that. But this completely starts to break down the idea of this entire video. Like it seems obvious that you failed to read the logs between Just a Robot and Cinny Bear.
Stream. I think with his help, along with the recording, you little fucking bitch, you little.
I think with his help, along with a recorded call and on Jack, everything should go smoothly. So yes, this does seem, if someone sent me this message, or if I got these message leaks for somebody, I absolutely would think that they're trying to use, if I had a platform. I don't have a platform. Thank you for the 2 people who are watching. Like the stream if you haven't. But yes, it very much looks like Just a Robot says, I'm going to get Chud Logic on our side and use him to push this narrative. Is he being over? Let's watch the rest.
Is that what you thought, was it? Is that what you thought? You thought you could piss on my boots and tell me it's raining? Well, tough fucking shit, bro.
Dude, we need this voice, though, for Chud. I've already heard other people say it, but I agree. We need Chud saying, you're raped in this voice.
Unlucky. What fucking planet do you think you're on? That you can use my platform like that? You think I wasn't gonna fucking notice? You fucking retard. You little autistic freak.
Holy fuck, dude, I'm furious. I'm fucking furious, bro. Who does this guy think he is?
He thinks he can fucking launder his shitty video past me without noticing and be put out on my channel to my fucking viewers.
After that,
yeah, okay, you can say that Chud may be playing it up some, but I think there is a genuine idea that he is kind of pissed off that Just a Robot was trying to peddle the video for Cinny to him so that it could get wider context, not, for him to check out the video and give his opinions.
For some reason, Jar decides to go on the Chud Logic stream where they milk him for content. This all happens on October 13th, 2024. At this point in time, let me switch over to the one recorded session I did with Jar, going over the next sort of event in this drama. Here.
I don't think you've done the same thing here. I'm more, again, in the same way that Jar's like, people are going to say he's the next Coyote, which I am going to start saying, by the way, because he has done exactly what Coyote tried to do.
So he's saying you're doing exactly what Coyote's doing. I find this a little bit insane.
Yeah, Coyote was like talking very sexually, extremely sexually, making advances towards Sappho, and also being like, hey, let's move into, they were like planning to move in together, and they met through I believe Zarcarlo, Coyote's roommate. I did not do exactly what Coyote did. Like, I had no plans to meet up with her IRL. I had no plans. I didn't goon with her. I didn't share any porn with her.
Yes, but what Jar did do was send her messages, someone that he was, making videos for, text messages that would say, want to see my cock? Then a couple minutes later, send a picture of a rooster. He is known for saying things like, want to come up to my room at a hotel? Just kidding. I mean, I don't know much. I don't know anything about this particular guy, but if he's a guy that was saying sexual things to somebody, you can infer from past stuff about Jar that that's what he was doing. He has even said, "Oh, it's just a way I joke around," but these are not appropriate messages to send to just random people.
I didn't hire someone to draw Cinny doing stuff to a 14-year-old like Coyote did. The 14-year-old Sona, to be more precise, not as bad, but still pretty bad. Sorry for shouting there.
No, I'm just getting your... Did you even watch this before you decide to go on? Did you know about this live stream of Beckett here?
No, not at all. Like, you need to understand, there's like a billion trillion live streams going on at any given time. There's just like, I'm gonna be real here, who the fuck watches live streams?
There's an audience for it. Usually they have a parasocial relationship with the content creator they watch, typically.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
The core audience.
I mean, I've already heard this talk from someone else. Yes, we have a more parasocial audience with streamers because you're talking to your audience through text, as they chat with you during these situations. I don't know. Let me go back one set here.
Be catering to. And I'm just saying, I don't know why the fuck, after listening to this, I would have checked what Beckett had to say to Kumo. You gotta love the little live stream rant Jar threw in there. In case you missed it, my point is that the interview Beckett did with him, and I'm just saying, I don't know why the fuck, after for it. Usually they have a parasocial relationship with the content creator they watch, typically.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, it's generally the core audience, and that's who Beckett seems to be catering to. And I'm just saying, I don't know why the fuck, after listening to this, I would have checked what Beckett had to say to Kumo. You gotta love the little live stream rant Jar threw in there. In case you missed it, my point is that the interview Beckett did with him, the Jar Call, was on October 17th, 2024. The stream I had Jar watch with me, Copecast, Just a Robot Saves Cinny, with Kumo, is from October 13th, 2024.
I don't think my position's particularly changed on this stuff. I understand where you're coming from, and I don't want to see you get unfairly lumped in with things like the shit Jar is doing.
Like that, for example.
He was Cinny's sweetheart. Now, I want to make this clear. I don't think, while I do think it's possible that Kumo was trying to do something with Cinny, especially because of the fact he was acting like a jealous boyfriend the whole time, I don't believe he had any intentions until I found out that apparently Kumo's girlfriend, this is just a rumor I heard Kumo's girlfriend lives in the UK. So I'm like, if Kumo sounds American, so I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think he wanted to use Cinny thing as a whataboutism. Again, Jar went off on an interesting direction with this. So what I was trying to talk about with this whataboutism...
That's a very clipped... let's see where it begins.
I do think it's possible that Kumo was trying to do something with...
Okay.
Save Cinny with Kumo is from October 13th, 2024.
I don't think my position's particularly changed on this stuff. I understand where you're coming from, and I don't want to see you get unfairly lumped in with things like the shit Jar is doing.
Like that, for example.
He was calling Cinny.
Yeah, that's incredibly clipped.
I don't think, like, while I do think it's possible that Kumo would hold out.
Okay, I don't care about it.
Apparently, Kumo's girlfriend.
Don't care. Like it.
And Jar went off on an interesting direction with this. So what I was trying to talk about with this whataboutism line from Kumo is me referring to this.
I was very clear. I was talking about the discourse around you, so that I could cover so I could start a different discourse and have a different discussion, without a fucking constant whataboutism. That's why.
If I'm understanding. Understanding this rant from Kumo correctly is seems to be him saying that he was doing all this stuff for Sydney Bear so he could talk about Birdie without people saying, what about Sydney Bear? You didn't cover that, or something like that. Frankly, I think this is bullshit logic coming from him, but maybe they would have tried to do that.
Why did Jar have to bring Coyote up? Why did he shoot himself like that? I was annoyed because that was my take, and then Jar said it first on Judge Story. Because I was sat there going, I could type in that this is like Coyote, and I think I actually DM'd Chud and was like, can you push on the Coyote stuff? I'm fascinated. Because I'm a cunt.
Yeah, I think it's because, like, Coyote is, like, the fucking internet Voldemort name in his community, and he's like, listen, I'm not bad.
Well, I mean,
like,
Coyote
instead is like, I'm not Coyote.
He literally did the Coyote thing. That is literally what
you literally did the Coyote thing. Did you know that, Jar? It seems a little bit weird to me.
Like, okay, I'm more concerned with what Kumo said, like, oh, he treats him like Voldemort. It's like, okay, do you not know what Voldemort is? He's the guy who should not, he who must not be named. I literally named him.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of the Voldemort thing. But
I do think this was stupid to do with Chud. It really was fucking stupid. It gave them ammo for this narrative of them that they keep on repeating. And frankly, I gotta at least berate you a little bit for not doing research and like, okay, this guy wants to talk to me. Let's see what he's talking about. Okay, that's all.
You need to understand, Lio gave me, like, every time I listened to Lio back in the day, it went well for me. Like, if I did what Lio said, everything kind of worked itself out.
Yeah.
But those were times when Lio had my best interest at heart. This time he didn't. To Lio, I was his ticket back to the top.
I wouldn't even say the top, man. I wouldn't even say the top.
Okay, ticket to like almost 90% of the to where he used to be.
What I was trying to talk to Jar about here was him going on Chud Logic. But the reason Jar talked to Beckett was because of Leo Convoy, who had a part in Beckett's video on Jar. So I can definitely say this smells of a setup. Even after listening to the call between the two, Jar and Leo, because of course Leo uploaded it. And he freaking called Beckett Bear.
Other people came to me asking, and I didn't get involved. Other than
Who's
a couple...
Beckett?
Beckett runs a podcast called the Cope and Seed Podcast, and he's one person.
I know. Okay, now I know who did that.
You need to talk to him because he's going to be fair to you.
Also, he wanted Jar to talk to Kumo.
Another person you need to talk to, and you're going to hate this, Jar. You're really going to hate this. You need to talk to Kumo. If for no other reason than to at least give him your side of some things that are coming.
I meant maybe this wasn't a setup. Maybe Leo is just a really, really bad judge of character or a complete idiot. Still, I'm betting.
Like, okay, where's the setup for that? They all convinced Jar to go on Chud's stream. Like, it happened because Jar was watching or listening to Chud's like critique of his video and things like that. I don't know that this is how it played. I don't know. There's some big conspiracy. It's like the commentary cabal is out to just make Jar look bad.
On the setup side of things, because of hindsight. And I would say that discussion between the two fits very well into Beckett's Freak retrospective, the Just the Robot Files, but it really doesn't.
So I, unfortunately, had the displeasure of going through your Susie video today, because I had it beforehand. Because I've had people tell me it was in there, and I wanted to make sure I knew. So I'm going to tell you what I saw in that video, Jar. I saw you dancing on the grave of somebody who, with the exception of voicing in a video, which you and her resolved between yourselves, dancing on the grave of somebody who'd been nothing but kind.
Like, what does Leo's thoughts about Jar has to do with anything, man? Also the same with Toastify. Is this something to promote these people, or are they trying to give some credibility to Beckett? I'm not going to be soy and say Jar is racist or sexual predator or anything like that, but here are all the things people need to make those claims about him.
The risk of making Jar sound dangerously based, let's just say the racism accusations are more than just doing some voices. Now, while I don't personally care, I think that there is more than enough here that if you wanted to make that accusation, it is a reasonable one to make.
Can't be sure. My bet is on a little bit of both. But let me get back into this mess.
Okay, what does that mean? Yes, Jar had he came out as a black man, even though he wasn't a black man. And I know there was some other things, some songs, like a BLM song or something like that. So yes, Beckett's saying, while he doesn't really give a fuck because he's commentary, he doesn't, you know, other people can come to that decision, right? It's the people who want to say that they're not racist, but they have, you know, swastikas all over their oh, I'm just edgy. I'm just edgy. No, if you do something enough, then people are going to start to believe you believe it.
This narrative that Jar had a thing for Cinny seems completely ridiculous and applies better to Kumo. I mean, they can say, oh, we can only see Jar doing it with females. Well, fucking open your eyes, you fucking morons. You're trying to make big claims about someone. Yeah, just the cowardly nature of this just annoys me to the...
This makes me seem like he didn't look at this drama at all of its face value, because yes, Jar has a long history of being a sex pest. I don't think anyone called him more than that. Like, I don't think anyone called him a rapist or a groomer or anything like that, but he does things that make him look that way, right? He followed some people around, some girls around from the AAC at TwitchCon when they had basically, if not directly saying no, had alluded to saying no. I think one of them said that they did say no, and he's still been around. That's where that comment came from, or that text came from that he sent saying, hey, you want to go up to my room, JK? It's like, yes, he constantly does sexual inappropriate things with other people who there's no reason to do it with, like sometimes complete strangers.
Degree. If you're gonna try to cancel someone, don't be a bitch about it.
I have only seen him interact with women.
Yes, it's stupid humor, but it's consistent across the board. Male, female. Maybe Jar's a closeted bisexual, but I sort of doubt it. And you can judge him for that if you want. It is weird. Same with the sleepy time call things. But if Jar is lying with this, he's really fucking committed to that fucking lie. And even if it's weird, it's an even weirder narrative that Beckett and his friends really wanted to push. Because they don't have actual proof that Jar has done anything. Well, really, besides tell bad jokes with people he shouldn't have. Because when I asked Jar what he considers himself, not that I'm a big fan of self-ID, but you want to get the grasp of it.
I mean, he did. There was proof of him doing this. There were text messages. He admitted to doing these things, right? Are you trying to say because his moral code is okay with it, that he shouldn't get criticized for it?
This. He told me he considers himself anti-woke, and most of the ACC are lightly progressive at best, and some of the more woke side of that group try to downplay it.
Another Black creator, Thuman, stepped in to lend support to Omnia and Zay as she felt the two were being unfairly treated by the community. And then Jar appeared with a video collaboration with 2 other creators, so he could also criticize Omnia and Zay. That video he made was dog shit. I would know. I made a video on it at the time. I would link to that video so everyone could go watch it, but it's been private for a long while now. 3 years at this point. Now, I want to be clear about the contents of that video real quick. That is a woke-ass video that was made during a woke-ass time because I am a woke-ass bitch, and I'm fully aware that the political climate has drifted away from where it was when I made it.
But it seems bullshit to me because you don't hide something and try to rewrite it if you're not embarrassed by it. There are exceptions to that, but I doubt that's the case here. And it definitely seems to
what?
Members of
the Cine Bear Defense Force
tried to get Jar to have Chud Logic review his video and pressed onto him this sort of thing.
But we've already seen it. You're just flat out wrong about that. Jar is the one who mentioned going to Chud Logic. It's in your video.
Because they knew that it would turn out something like that. Not all of them, of course, but at least Kumo, because Jar made the claim that he was waiting for his roommate, who was out of town at the time, Professor Dreadlocks, to get back to look it over before he published it. There's also another element that I think might have caused them to think Jar might have gotten cold feet and pressed this on them.
As you can hear at the end of the full call I had with Cine, I said that I would be making a new draft in defense of Cine before I talked to Jack. But yeah, I'm going to be changing my video a lot, and I'm also going to have to reach out to Jack because, you know, for all I know, you're...
But can't prove that. Still, Kumo uploaded a draft copy of the video Jar gave to Cine, which caused Jar to rush the video out, and that's how he got on Chud Logic's stream. And after Chud watched it on stream, someone from
the Cine Bear Defense Force
leaked Jar's DMs with a Cine to Chud Logic, where Chud made this really weird leap in logic based off of one message from Jar.
Okay, dude.
I mean, it's not an insane leap of logic that Jar was trying to use him to spread his message. Like, you can argue the takes on whether you think that's bad or not. Chud didn't like it. That's all there is to it.
Also, I'm going to try and reach out to Chud Logic. Oh, I remember liking his stream. I think with his help, along with the recording... You little fucking bitch! You little wretch!
Yeah, the laughing at the beginning makes me think this is an act of performative anger for the...
Okay, you're reading too much into like the laughing before. I would laugh too if someone leaked me videos leaked me messages while I was on stream and I was about to read him. He then reads the full context of that message and gets upset about it. Like, you don't think that logic could happen? Because he laughed beforehand, the whole thing has to be laughing in a joke?
The camera. But
like I said, I still think, yes, Chud probably played it up. That's, he's a streamer like anyone else. There's going to be a certain amount to it, but it doesn't mean that he wasn't annoyed at the fact that Jar is trying to use him to push the video.
Really haven't watched much of Chud in quite a long time. The problem with Jar, as it was made clear earlier, the dude doesn't understand the appeal of live streams or audience. They generally have a smaller audience, but a much more dedicated one. Also remember Beckett, who claimed...
And I think I actually DM'd Chud and was like, can you push on the Coyote stuff? I'm fascinated.
Beckett also had this to say about Kumo leaking the jar.
That's another clip. I don't remember much about that particular clip because I don't watch a lot of Cope and Seethe. But I almost want to say that it was like Chud that brought it up first. I'm not going to say that because I don't remember. But this is just heavily clipped.
Jar video.
Do you know what? I'm going to give a fucking hot take here. Your video was basically done. Kumu disagreed with it. Kumu can be a fucking troll. Like, again, I'm not endorsing it, but also I don't think it's like a cardinal fucking sin.
Which seems absurd to me. This is the same guy, Beckett, who later said this about Kumo in a video.
Child that's going to be abused by its stepfather, this group chat began after one stupid, drunken mistake. Perhaps appropriately, the first message from Kumo is a burning man, which is pretty ironic in hindsight. Once everyone's made their quirky introductions, they get to the business of talking about Cinebear's upcoming video. And a wonderful theme begins to emerge. This group basically constructed Cinebear's defense. Now, I have it on testimony that quite a lot of things happen in calls, so we're only really getting a snapshot of the wider picture. But one thing I can confirm is that the idea that Kumu was trying to pull Cine away from this group to maintain some kind of control over the narrative does have legs, if for no other reason than the competing ideas and opinions within this group chat. Kumu's involvement in this group chat is actually kind of limited, at least for driving the narrative. Now, there is a good reason for this. It's because Kumu pulled Cinebear into direct DMs so he could have those conversations privately. And now we hit point 1 of ACC gay-opping drama. No one trusts any of the other people they're conducting a gay-op with. This is basically exactly what Jar tried to do.
So how exactly did Jar try to do this, Beckett? Any proof of that? Or are you just throwing that in for no reason, or more likely for your sort of narrative that you built up Kumo before he totally spazzed out and had to do the...
Was there more to it after the scene? I mean, you clipped right before that. I personally don't know about the gay op thing. Like, I know Kumo tried to do a gay op and he got burned for it.
The video, I guess. I don't even know why he followed up with that. Or is Beckett really that dumb that he didn't realize in all likelihood that this
the Cinebear Defense Force
was also trying to gay op Jar? Why Occam's razor shouldn't be applied every time. I really think it applies here. They say hindsight's 20/20. If that's the case, I think Beckett needs a new pair of glasses, cause there's just so much other bullshit on this Beckett stream titled Copecast Just a Robot Saves Cine with Kumo. That seems to be in the aim of convincing the audience that Jar is a sexual predator of some type. At least that seems to be where the rhetoric takes certain people. That Jar had a thing for Cine, and that's why he defended her. But when it actually comes to actual evidence of that,
what Jar's done, it's pretty fucking similar, to be honest. He got overly, I mean, he really did get overly close to the story, to the person, and then just ran hard defense.
Yeah,
Jar's...
hold on. Thuman asked a very big question. I imagine you don't want to pass this one up.
Sure. Didn't you say that Jar is a creep to most women he talks to, Kumo? Now, before you answer this, I also... So, FPS Diesel played a clip on Chud's stream. I know that clip. I am well aware of the person that is being talked about in that situation. But Jar essentially is overly flirtatious with pretty much everyone he interacts with, by his claim. I have only seen him interact with women, and it seems very weird. What I'll say to you with this is, can we see some, like, have we got evidence of this? Have we got receipts from this?
Yes, I'd have to dig for them. Again, like, the Jar video was not meant to, like... I actually wasn't planning on talking about Jar so soon. Like, the way he, like, stuck his nose in this, it felt like a fucking... It felt like a CW show with, like, all the drama and all the names fucking coming in and sticking their nose in things and complicating shit. So I'd have to go back and dig. Fucking Laka, for example, actually reached out to me and told me she has contact, or that he has contact with Harsh Opinions. So I'll definitely pursue that tale and ask about that more in depth, because as far as like that goes, like the relationship rumors, I think I clarified those are just rumors.
Yeah, there isn't a lot. Also, after that stream, Kumo goes on to talk to Cine with a rather outrageous claim about Jar.
You were freaking out that I was undermining Jar, and this I did, honestly, in hindsight, I shouldn't have. I should have just let you go down that path. But you're freaking out that I tried to undermine Jar in your best interest. Like, I knew how this guy was. I warned you how he was. I told you what position you were in, and I was very conscious and scared on your behalf because of what position you're in. Jar could have raped you, and that's probably what he was trying to, like,
Yeah, this was Kumo that said this. I don't think anyone seriously believed Kumo on the idea of rape. The stuff for Sex Pesty stuff, yeah, more and more information came out about Jar's past. Like this is pretty much a proven fact. We saw where he asked Cinny Bear to see his cock, you know, and you can argue over it being a joke, but you don't just make that joke to random people you meet. And you definitely don't make that joke as a commentary creator to someone you're making a video for. The sleepy time calls is another situation. Like, why are you calling this person to have sleepy time calls? And there's other things that he does and says that are just unhinged, sex pesty behavior.
Like, that was probably his dream, his end goal.
I think that's the simplest way to explain why people believe Jar is a sex pest at the very best, or have Kumo's insane conspiracy level theory about Jar's sexual antics at the very worst. There's a middle ground between those two that most people would be led to the conclusion, but there's a middle ground between those sort of ideas that I still think is very off. So why is Jar still getting shit for trying to make a video defending someone who might be a groomer or might not? Maybe he didn't do a great job as a defense attorney for this particular matter here. Maybe that's why Kumo was trying to get him out of the picture. Who the hell knows? I'm also curious why almost.
I mean, a lot of people know. It's pretty much established that Kumo was like a snaky rat bastard that really only cared about getting in and going after Birdie. And he was just using Cinny as a method for doing that. He was using her defense as a method for that because he thought for some reason that people would do whataboutisms when he tried to go after Birdie. Like this is it feels like you didn't actually research this drama at all. It was, you know, that you didn't look at the stuff that was brought up. You may not even watch the whole video on Beckett, because I know there is stuff that we saw, leaked messages and other stuff from Cinny Bear herself. It just seems very, very little actual research was done on this.
9 months later, for a video that wasn't even on his channel for 48 hours, why, Jar is really getting some of these comments still. Well, I know most of it, the telephone effect, people milking this down the line without understanding where all this insanity came from and just assuming it's all true. It's not like Jar doubled down on it. The dude didn't double down. And on a related note, but sort of side note, do people actually believe the Chud is fair meme? Because he's not. Chud Logic is a drama streamer. He would tell you that himself. The same of Beckett of Cope and Seethe. Both of them don't just actually report on the drama, but they have to, you know, create it in a certain way. When nothing.
And this is like such a crazy claim to me, but because Chud and Queeman and Beckett are drama YouTubers, that they can't be fair. There can be a statement said to some channels that you can get into that where it gets pushed too far. I need evidence of this happening, and Jar just isn't it. Like, when information came out, they reported it. It feels like he's trying to build this conspiracy again. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, that the cabal is in a group chat, you know, making, you know, twisting and turning the narrative so that they can get the most content out of it. No, things happen, things come out, and they report on it, and they milk that drama until it's dry. Sure, you can actually say that, but I don't see where he's not being fair. Like, show me where he's not being fair.
Nothing big's going on.
Show me where Beckett is not being fair, because the clips that I've seen don't really show that.
You gotta feed the audience. And I have a couple theories of how this sort of went down that I briefly went into at the end of my last video that I don't want to bring over to this video, but might bring up on a stream very soon. The same can be said of Jar. Talking to him, he has his own set of...
Well, if you're doing this, just tell us in the video. I don't want to have to go to the stream to see more. Like put the allegations out there and the evidence on the line, and then yeah, you can talk about it more in the stream, but you need to catch my interest to want to watch the stream. And that means putting out the evidence of it, or your theories, or anything like that, and what your theories, what proof you have of your theories.
Theories, which he could reveal, but probably would be useless for him to do so. Even though I think they have some merit to them, and I'm not going to reveal them here. Because even if he's correct with his guess, I don't think he's seen the big picture, that these people really just want to make content, and pushing someone into the zone where you can do this with them is something that they seem to be good at. Because let's say Jar did another response, this would just reunite all this crap that just give those who exist in these little gated communities more jargon. That's not my word for it, that's theirs.
I've seen some harsh comments about myself and my coverage, and I don't think they understand that none of us care.
See, they don't care. They want to find more people like Jar.
You see how that's like another clip chimp? Like it's dishonest clip chimp at that. Like you came from the beginning of this trying to paint some narrative about the commentary community, about Beckett, about Chud, and that has led to you forming this opinion around Jar instead of looking at the evidence of Jar and coming to the conclusions that he fucked his own shit up with his actions and the things that he did around it. Kumo did too, and Kumo got burned for it. And half of that defense force were shit people that had completely other motives, that didn't give a shit about Cinny Bear. They didn't give a shit that she groomed a 14-year-old. They wanted to use her to get their own ends.
Jar, so they can create their content. Hell, this reminds me a lot of fucking Lily Ortrick, someone that a lot of people have been milking for content recently. I could agree her media takes are rather god-awful, but I think it's more her sexual deviance and possible crimes. Allegedly, I can't prove it, so let me put that here, but it seems pretty solid to me. And by solid, I mean what information I know, which could be complete bullshit, but probably not. But does that really matter? When in doubt, you pluck someone from that person's fan base or supporter of some type to sort of prove how much of a spurg that content creator, because their fan is, or their friend or associate. Guilt by association is what I'm pretty much.
You just did that in the last video where you brought up a comment from one of the YouTube videos and used it to like paint a picture of them. That's absolutely absurd.
Say to judge these people. In some cases, it might apply, but most of the time, who the hell knows? They form these little communities and just back each other up. It seems like, unless it's too hot, then they might backstab each other like Beckett sort of did with Kumo here, but Kumo gave Beckett no choice in the matter, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Kumo gave Beckett no choice in the matter. Kumo fucked up. Beckett, I think, was overly nice in that situation. And I think a lot of people gave him shit for it, if I remember right. But yes, your opinion can change about somebody if they do something fucked up. That's kind of how it works. Like, you say there's this, like, they all stick together until something happens, but that's just not the case in these groups. Like, I'm a little biased, right? I watch these guys often, but there's very often that they don't agree with each other on subjects and can be on different sides of a situation. The thing with the Cine Bear stuff is it was all pretty cut and clear what was going on. There was evidence of her sending these sexual messages. And when Jar stepped in at the end to try and defend her, like he was going to turn it around and save her career, he fucked up. And because of that, people started looking at him more. Yeah, you step into the drama, people are going to look at you more and try and, see why you're doing this. And with that comes allegations. Usually, hopefully, if you're a good commentator, in my opinion, you have something that makes it like some evidence to it, which was given with Jar. I don't think you've actually looked into Jar's history.
And, instead of actually having anything grand or substance to say, hell, lolcow content, it's for some, and I can understand it. But try to turn people into lolcows who definitely on the borderline is questionable. And a lot of these streamers...
Yeah, no one tried to turn Jar into a lolcow. Jar was already on the way to becoming a lolcow anyway. And I don't even really consider him being a lolcow by the normal definitions of a Kiwi Farms lolcow. It's more of the term that's become more normalized around the community. I would consider Jar a sex pest.
Are practically puppet to their chatters. Yeah, that varies streamer to streamer and depends on who the chatter is most of the time. But at the end of the day, this is its own sort of content farm. But what they're farming is a little bit different than what someone like Illuminati or other people like that. See 8 Bomber Guy's video, even though I don't totally like 8 Bomber Guy, he was sort of on point with that. For reference to that. And I think there's more styles with this sort of networking going on, which understandable given the rise in popularity and usage of a social media like YouTube in this day and age. With that said,
Chat, is he fumbling? I think he's fumbling. I think he had a preconceived notion of the commentary community, and he's trying to find something to take a jab at. He's pretty much doing what Jar did. Like he's this is just bad. He's defending the indefensible. But he didn't really do that in this video. He just basically said commentary bad in a bunch of ways. But he didn't, like, how is Beckett part of the Cine Bear Defense Force when that was clearly Kumo and some others? And yes, Beckett had a friendlier relationship with Kumo, but that was before a lot of the stuff came out. From Kumo. Like, I think there was something about them logging into her Discord and stealing her. It was fucked. I'd have to go through the whole thing again. So this video came out and it started making the rounds. And this led to him going on to the op block and talking to Falgi about the video. So let's see how that went for him.
SteamYard. I don't fucking know what SteamYard is. I'm not using this like a third party thing. The fuck is SteamYard? What? What is SteamYard? Oh no, chat. It's for old people. Okay. Because I'm trying to make like different. No, I don't even know what SteamYard is. I just know. I don't care what it is. I'm just saying it's funny. No, I don't give a shit. Okay. Sure. Accept the cookies. No, can't allow. No, I don't want.
Hey, I've known Vincent Martin for a long while at this point. He is not really a troll, He's just really dumb, like really dumb.
Oh, that's harsh.
His
My
acquaintance
camera, though.
lol.
Stop cam. Edit avatar. Hold up. Show files, because I'm just gonna edit my avatar real quick. Give me a second, chat. Yeah. Open. Apply. Cool.
All right, let's skip ahead a little bit.
Retarded G-man.
Maybe. Got it.
Fauci.
Hello. Hold up. Because I actually, okay, so I want to make sure they can hear you on my side as well.
Okay. Yep. Double check. Check.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do that because for some reason, how do I lower your volume? I've never used this application before, so you'll have to give me a moment while I figure out how to lower your volume per se on my end.
Yeah. Started out with this. A lot of my former people that I knew used this app, so that's why I went this way.
Very cool. Yeah, no problem. I'm trying to see if there's a way to lower you on my end because you are particularly loud on my end. I'm trying to see if there's a way. I am what the kids at home would call tech illiterate. It's one of those very special
I've
things.
watched a few of your streams before.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me see if I can
use that jar at the right moment. That seems. I think they're framed.
That is a loaded term. Question would be so. That's fine. Let me see if I can. You know what? I'll just lower it.
I'm just going to put this on for now until I can really get what you are. I mean, there is a certain level of narrative control going on that I'm seeing. Do you think there's any
Question
merit to
for
that?
Vincent Martin. Do you believe in the roast
the
game?
question would be so my issue with that is what do you mean by narrative control? Because when we're talking about narrative control, you're acting as if what the narrative other people are speaking about. So Beckett specifically, or anyone else who has covered JAR in the past, that is a loaded term that, interestingly, is supposed to cast dispersions against their narrative. So my question to you is, do you think that these people are lying about their experiences with JAR?
I think they're framing it in such a way that they're just collecting a file full of things they can use at JAR at the right moment. That seems to be in line with the ACC. Wait for the right moment. And I won't say JAR doesn't do similar things. Okay, that's not one of my arguments. Okay, I think I think he has that same habit. I do. I really think that's the culture of the ACC in general. Try to wait until they can use something.
But is that not the culture of multiple drama channels? Specifically, you can look for instance, do you know much about the Brad Taste drama a little bit?
No, I do not know anything about that.
Do you know who Rose
I don't know
Millay
why
is?
that's relevant. How's the narrative?
Because you're
sort of
saying that this
similar?
is exclusively to the ACC, and I'm providing you an example of someone who would be considered in commentary who does something similar. And Rose is crazy. Do not make don't get it twisted. But I am providing you an example of someone who does it in a different space. I'm not disagreeing with you that this is something that was pervasive in the ACC. I'm not an ACC creator. I would like to consider myself a tourist. I have spoken with different creators who have looked into the ACC. But one of the things
here,
is that
I've looked into the ACC myself a while back ago. So
yeah, and that's fine. But this is not something that necessarily exclusive to the ACC. To your credit, you made a Twitch poll video. We could say, for instance, that that is commonplace in the Twitch poll community as well, because you can look at Demon Mama and specifically with Xanderhall. When all the Xanderhall stuff came out, Demon Mama was ready to burn him. Are they ACC?
No. And exactly the old commentary with Zaptai seemed to have done the same thing. I'm Alex. I covered that myself.
So when you say something, but you were saying that this is something the ACC does, that's an incorrect statement, right?
No, it's not incorrect. It's just not exclusive to the ACC.
Okay, but your argument is that this is the ACC when this is multiple parts of commentary. So, because when you create a narrative that says that there's narrative control regarding Jar, the question
within
that
this particular instance, okay.
but it's
I'm
not
just labeling what it is.
But it's not exclusive to this space.
I'm not saying it's exclusive to this space.
You are making the illusion that it is when you're not including other spaces.
No, I'm not. You're making that leap in logic.
It's not a leap in logic.
In a lot.
It's not a leap in logic when you make it.
In a lot.
Okay, so then why don't you say that? Why don't you say that though in your video just now? Why do I have to include
other spaces?
Because you're making because when you are doing this in your response video, you're saying that Beckett is becoming more like the ACC every day, and if something like this is pervasive in multiple spaces of commentary, then Beckett is just becoming more commentary every day. Again, you
a certain segment of commentary is pulling away from it, and some are pulling with this.
Sure. I would agree.
Narrative focus.
I sure would agree. I'm not particularly. I don't listen. I've engaged in a gay op. I could fully agree to that. It's on my channel. But again, to say that it is exclusively of the ACC or Beckett specific.
I think what he's trying to get at here, when he's talking to Vincent about it, is like Vincent is using. I'm just listening to this while playing Battlefield 4. He should have been more prepared for this coverage and debate. Oh, I absolutely agree. What Fauci is trying to allude to is Simon. Or not Simon. Fuck me. Hope Simon's not in chat to hear that. Vincent alluded to the ACC as a bad thing, and he's alluding to the fact that Beckett is becoming more like this bad ACC, where it's not actually the case. It's a common thing that happens in all commentary communities. So it's just kind of the way commentary is done. I don't know if he talks about it if it's bad or good. I don't remember.
Listen, I have my own problems with Beckett. Being friends with him, I still have my problems with him. But I would say that you are painting a brush that is of a different color, if that makes any sense to you.
It's still not. I'm saying it's not exclusive just to the ACC.
But your allusion to the fact is that it's a specific
to it. Okay. In this particular one, individuals narrow down the focus. It happens within sort of the Queeman sort of sector of the group also, and I think it's more pervasive on that side.
But it's not also just there. I mean, it's not just there. Would you say Diorio is Queeman?
Nope.
So when Diorio has the pixie leaks and he knows of the erudite stuff, would you then say that that's not just Queeman? Listen, I don't have a lot of love for Queeman personally. I'm not a fan of Queeman. I don't particularly know the guy that well. But again, it's very interesting that you're.
That's where the point of my criticism is coming from. In fact, it started from the Himpleton server. I have a playlist of all these videos. They have common themes to it.
Is that
starting with the sort of issues with Himpleton and his server?
And you were a former moderator of Himpleton's, if I remember correctly, or I heard through the grapevine.
Yeah. Someone talked me into joining the mod staff. I didn't do much mod stuff though. I'm like, okay, I'll take the status, but I'm probably not going to do much. I was sort of out. I got somewhat into the Plague Mall stuff after the Mama Max stuff, but that's what I was mostly there for. Mama Max sort of coverage. How I met a lot of those people that I know in commentary is through the Himpleton Discord.
Okay, so where, I guess the question is, because not a lot of people maybe know who you are. I only knew that tangentially.
Yes, I tried to say in the shadows.
You and I have a common friend, British Runner. So, who I actually, just to make you aware, haven't even talked to him about this. You made that assertion in like your little read through of the comment that I made, which you don't really address correctly, but we'll get there.
That's fair enough.
I haven't even had a talk with him. I didn't even know that you guys were friends. So what then contributed to your falling out with Himpleton? Was it the jar stuff?
No, the Himpleton stuff is just because of the.
See, I think here, you're right about him kind of preparing for the situation, because Fauci is kind of leading away from the criticisms of the video to Vincent's, I guess, where Vincent comes from, where is his criticism lie from in the deeper sorts. And I think on Vincent's side, for me personally, I would have wanted to stick more to the facts of the case, though I don't think that Vincent had a lot of facts in his videos. I don't know that I would call Falgi wrong for this, but he's letting himself be led instead of getting to the meat of what he's trying to say.
Xmod situation that I looked into. There was a lot of issues, and most of it is in the small commentary playlist, the start of it.
I understand that, but could you explain that to a wider audience, because you are getting a lot more coverage now? Just listen. I'm just trying to give you the fairest shake humanly possible.
Sorry, it's a little hard on the spot to recap those things. I would have to go back over those old videos in detail to give a comprehensive sort of coverage of this. But I'm saying this has not started from just Beckett to Jar. Okay. This is not about Jar. This started off a while ago and looking at different communities that are sort of interconnected.
Yes. So then so one of the questions would be, why would you pick Jar specifically? What do you think makes Jar unique in this instance?
The Kumo thing. I admit Beckett will admit that Kumo was doing a whole bunch of gay ops.
Yeah.
I don't see why it's so unrealistic to feel like Jar, the perfect guy to gay op, was gay opt into all this shit.
So but then again, I'm going to ask you this. Do you think the women, because I'm going to focus on this. Do you think the women who had experiences with Jar as well as had DMs are lying?
I'm thinking they're framing their sort of experience through a certain filter that I do not agree with. They re-examine it through the past.
So again, I am going to ask.
There.
So I'm going to ask the question, and I would like you to give me a better answer. Yes or no? Do you think the women who had instances with Jar are lying? Yes or no?
I don't think it's a clear-cut answer.
Yes or no? I'm asking you a yes or no question at this point.
I can't answer that.
So you think they're lying. So you do think they're lying. So let's be frank. You think they're lying.
Yes. I would lean more towards the lying side of things.
So you believe all of the evidence regarding so you believe him
is a proven liar.
I'm not talking. So
that was one of the people he brought on at the very end of his video, Freak.
Okay.
There's a lot of
but there are multiple other people. There's Thuman, there's Mally. There are other people that have instances of DMs where Jar is asking to go to their room. So you
and this is the thing that we're kind of getting into. There's clear evidence if you look into this situation, like DMs that they had with Jar. This isn't a case of a bunch of hens cackling over tea about Jar being a sex pest. There are people who have this idea, and it sounds like Vincent's giving this idea that this one person is a liar, so they all have to be liars, that it's a gay op to take down Jar.
Think all of those people are lying, correct? And you think all of these people magically outside of each other are lying together to gay off Jar?
It before in the ACC. I think there's
it's guilt by association because they're in the ACC. Yes, there's a lot of degenerate shit that has gone on in the ACC, but that doesn't apply to like every single person that's in there, right?
Separate people with hidden motives coming together. Yeah, I think it's mainly Kumo in this particular case here, and I think the
Do you think Kumo is running this behind the scenes? I'm sorry. Do you actually think
I have no clue. My claim is just Kumo gay opt Jar. Do you accept that?
Yeah, it's so
okay.
Yes, but that's not the question I'm asking. Please come back to the point. That's not what I'm asking. Because that's also not technically what your video is about. Because here's the problem, right? Your video is not only incomplete, it's erroneous because you let him talk the way he talks, right?
How's that erroneous?
Am I supposed to police his language? Here's why it's erroneous.
To police his language.
No, I'm not talking about policing his language. It's talking about challenging certain assertions that he made, right? And I'm not talking about the Coyote Lovely stuff. I'm not talking about other things like that.
Yeah, and that's mainly what I'm talking about in my video.
Is that the only conversation that you guys had? Then why don't
That's
you bring up
recorded.
I'm sorry, why don't you bring up the fact that he made 2 versions of the video? Because that actually matters for the Kumo stuff. Did you know that he
How
made 2
does it
versions
matter
of the video?
for the Kumo stuff?
Do you know
Yes,
that he
I'm
made 2
aware.
versions of the video? Then why didn't you include it?
I don't have to include it in my.
I don't have to include it in my video. It's just like a crazy statement to me. It's what Fauci is pointing out is like direct evidence to the contrary of what Vincent kind of is trying to say in his video when it comes to Jar, because ultimately it's supposed to be a defense video of Jar where Kumo, and I personally took out of it Beckett more than Kumo, were gay opping to, you know, take down Jar, and that Jar did nothing wrong. Because none of the evidence is shown that was bad on Jar's side, right? It was little things like him, oh, you know, he makes some weird jokes. Is that okay? Like, oh, the women have to take the "you want to see my cock" thing and not call him a sex pest because he's autistic?
Video.
Then your video
You
by
can't
nature
tell
is
me-
incomplete. Because
Okay.
the reason he stopped making the video is because he heard the Kumo debates, which were ass, by the way. Jar is a fucking moron for ever thinking that, because Kumo's
I
on
will agree. I
Yes,
will agree
but
with
the problem
that.
is that you are leaving out an important part of the timeline, right? You are leaving an important part of the timeline. That is that Jar made a
No, I am focusing on certain elements, and that is all. In my critique
But
of
him
the
making
freak
that
thing.
video actually fits into the narrative of Beckett's complaints. Because one of Beckett's complaints in the video is that Jar always shows up at the end of dramas to think that he is the king of the castle, when that's not actually what happened in this scenario.
That's a reading. That's
It's
his
not
reading
a
of that.
reading if that's what
Yes,
he did.
it is.
It's not a reading if he actually made a video that includes reading the document itself, then gets cold feet when someone he doesn't like is pushing back on it, because not a lot of people were covering Cinnabare at the time because it was open and shut because she made a response.
And
Your
her response
video is-
couldn't have been
His
coerced
whole
at
video
all.
is leaving out damning
I
information.
definitely agree that it probably was not coerced to the degree that freaking Jar asserts it to be, and that she's definitely.
But then why is none of that
guilty
included in
red
your video
flags.
then? Because if
I
you
don't have to cover everything in my video. Why can't you get that? I am focused.
Yeah, but if you're going to make a video on a situation, right, you're going to come to Jar's defense. You can't leave out the evidence of his wrongdoing, right? You need to show that and then show how that evidence is wrong in some kind of way. And if you can't do that, then why are you making a video to defend him?
Just on a certain segment.
Because your video is
You need-
incomplete because there's easy ways to refute your statements, but you don't like that though. You actually don't
The
enjoy
easy refutes.
Do you not
You
like that?
don't
Do you
know
not like
me.
that? Do you not like
No, I am focusing.
It's never a good situation when someone says you don't know me. I try to not do this.
On one particular, well, a couple of different
You
elements
focus on a
of my
couple different
video.
elements, right? You focus on you kind of a little bit conceded on the Chud Logic part. Again, I don't
Yes,
think
that's my reading.
Yeah.
That's my personal reading. I will re-clarify that. That's my personal reading of it. And you can say I have a negative bias towards Chud. I used to be a fan of him, and I just sort of drifted away from his fan base because I noticed something changing with his content, and I didn't realize what it was until Tommy C did his little thing, and I saw it wasn't even Tommy C's coverage of Chud, what he pointed out. I'm like, Tommy C could have a point. Wasn't until Chud Logic responded so over the top, even more erroneous. Go in with talking points that seem to have come from Queeman, but I can't guarantee that.
You see, like the associations with, oh, it's Queeman's take. That it's always a weaved conspiracy that this is happening, and I just don't understand that. Like, it sounds schizo, and it sounds biased, absolutely, completely biased, that you can't even look at the information.
So do you think that his reaction, reviewing the fact that Jar wanted to shop the video specifically to Chud, and that was his intention, where it was a pedophile defense video, is a read-in from Queeman?
Did Jar think she was a pedophile at the time?
He did actually. That's what's in the first video. He did actually. That's the problem. See, that's the problem with your coverage, though. That's the problem with your coverage.
See, and this is kind of like a backpedal. Like he made a claim that did Jar know she was a pedophile? Fauci refuted it, and now he's switching to he can't change his mind. It's not a good look.
He believed that she was a pedophile.
Changed his mind.
But he had no evidence. He was not presented with new evidence. The only evidence that was there was her testimony.
Yes.
Her testimony. And it doesn't change
anything.
And on
duty ethics, you can get Jar, okay? You can definitely say he didn't do his due diligence.
But that's not presented in your video because that is part of the critique. That is part of the critique in Beckett's video. And that's what you're not understanding.
Duty ethics?
Vincent sounds like he licks toes with mud on it.
Okay? He does not live by the ethics. Okay?
He cannot live by his own ethics. That's fine. I don't give a shit about his ethics. That's not what I'm talking about.
Miss Rose.
The problem is that he actually knew, and this was after his video had been released, right? The discovery of that second video, that first draft, was after Beckett's video, and it was highlighting.
And did Jar hide that? Did Jar try to hide that?
Yes, he absolutely.
He gave it to Leo.
He hid it from everybody else in all of his responses. You're absolutely incorrect, Vince.
No, he said it in his response.
No.
He said he had a video much harder against Cinny Bear.
He hid it in previous responses.
In his response.
Here's my question to you. When was the Lio video came out? And when did the Jar response video came out? Can you tell me when that was?
Can you tell me when Jar got...
Can you tell me...
his interview with Beckett?
And see, now Fauci is just like... Fauci's on the attack. He's got him. It's kind of clear at this point that Vincent didn't really do enough research into this coverage. He doesn't have his timeline straight. He doesn't understand... Like, he's not understanding why... he shouldn't have left out stuff that he should left out. Why it looks like he clipped the worst parts, or what he thinks is the worst parts of these arguments, to make the commentary community, because it's got to be the whole commentary community as a whole at this point, look bad. And it just, in the end, it just ends up making him look bad, that he didn't do his own due diligence to make sure he had all this information right.
Can you tell me?
No, not off the top of my head.
So if it's in Jar's response video that he discusses the first draft of the video, right? And if, let's say, Leo's Lio, because you keep calling him Leo's Lio, I don't give a shit.
Lio.
I personally don't give a shit
either. Already
He's not
dead.
a big part of it.
I don't give a shit either. I actually agree with your assertion that I do feel like this was, I think that he was a good source of information, but I do think that there was an attempt. Even if I'm on speaking terms with Lio, I do think this was an attempt.
Temu Smaggle is cooking nothing. Fire emoji. Fire emoji. Fire emoji.
From, coming out from the ACC.
Okay.
But again, my question to you is that if you don't have that timeline, Jar's response regarding the fact that he made 2 videos, one of which that was much harsher, because because if you know, one of the things that he peddled was, I'm dyslexic and I can't read this.
Yes.
And in the video, he actually reads from the documents.
Does he get to the particular part where it was Duman?
Yes.
And you see, does he get to the particular part? This is something that if you're going to do this video, you should try and learn all of this in and out. Like, you're trying to defend Jar. You need to know all of the things that Jar said. I hate that TTS. I actually have TTS set up on mine. If I had somebody on the call with me, though, I would block it out. So I actually have one of your clips as my TTS for now. But yeah, I think if you're having a debate or you're talking with somebody on stream about something, you should probably pause your notifications until you're done talking.
You didn't watch it.
Did he understand it correctly?
Yes. You didn't watch it. Just admit it. You didn't watch it.
I did watch it. I just must have missed that.
He is
Okay.
he discusses the first grooming attempt with the rape comic. He then returns.
I remember him talking about that, and
then he
Cindy Bear
returns to it
pushing
again
back
because
on
it's a
that,
part of
the
Enno's story.
15-year-old and 17-year-old. I
Yes.
definitely remember that part.
But then
And
he
her
goes
not
back
remembering
over it. He goes back over it because it's a returning feature. It's a returning feature in the conversation.
The 15 to 17-year-old
No,
one that she claims
the
not
rape
to know?
comic.
Okay, the rape comic.
It's what I'm
Okay,
trying to
so-
explain to you is that.
So you're saying I needed to include that in my particular video
Yes.
when I was focused on the narrative about the Coyote Lovely instance, okay? I'm not presuming guilt or innocence on Jar. within
No,
that
you
sort of
presumed that
thing.
there was like a cabal of people that were looking to take down Jar, and you.
There was definitely there was a certain amount of people. There were people. You even admit it. Kumo set him up, and even Lio probably. Okay.
So what I admitted to Kumo.
So at least
what
two
I admit
people.
about Kumo is not necessarily just a setup. Kumo got the video from Romantic Goblin, from what I understand. Cine or Jar gave it to Goblin and then gave it to Kumo. Why Jar gave it to Goblin, God only knows, right?
I think he actually gave it to Cine, and Cine gave it to Goblin.
It's either one or
If
the
I'm
other. I
remembering
thought he said that he
correctly.
gave
Yeah.
it to Romantic Goblin.
It was a bunch of fucking around. That's what was going on there.
But it
Details.
wasn't Cine giving it to Goblin to give it to Kumo, right? Because
Correct.
even Kumo says, I didn't want you in contact with Jar.
Yep.
She contacts Jar outside of everything. Jar doesn't know about the Cine defense group. So it's
No.
not a gay op in that sense. It's in the
Mhm.
sense of, well, of course, if Cine gives it the Romantic Goblin and nobody likes Jar from over there, yeah, they're going to publish it.
Mhm.
But claiming that it's a cabal that is trying to
not.
get Jar.
And it wasn't just that he's claiming that it's a cabal. He was roping in other people. He was roping in Chud to the whole thing. He was roping in Beckett in that situation. There was very little, actual comment on Kumo doing it in the Cine Defense Force. He even kind of, did a little irony thing by using Beckett's wording of the Cine Defense Force. Like Beckett was somehow involved in this gay opping that was going on, or that Chud was involved and that's why he played it all up. So it's not just that he was talking about Kumo or this connection with the guy who did, crazy sexual shit too. He's trying to paint a greater narrative of the overall commentary community.
I take each person in general with it, and the particular thing with that the ACC more aligned people like Cheery, however you say her name, the woke ass bitch. She calls herself that in the section of the video.
Yeah, I don't know why that section was even in.
Okay. That's a separate sort of group. And that's more aligned with Harley TBS, something I didn't even attempt to address.
Okay, so you're talking about Chuli.
Chuli, okay.
Sherry is a different person, right? Again.
Yeah, truly sounds about right.
So here's the other thing. I believe you included Thuman in the video and other individuals, right?
I hinted at that. Yes.
Yes. So again, you don't believe any of these women. You've stated that you don't believe any of them because you haven't.
I believe they're filtering it through woke ass lens.
Why are you focused on the woke ass thing? I'm curious.
Because it's interesting. They say it themselves. Truly.
So
I mean, here's why I think Vincent is looking at it through a woke ass lens. Vincent is kind of over on my side, going, after the anti woke. He likes to make videos about the woke and the anti woke. He considers himself an anti-woker, or I forget what his particular vision is with it. And I don't think you can use the woke anti-woke lens to look at this drama, right? He heard that woman say woke, so now he's got to, it paints a picture for him. But the culture war has very little to do with this drama with Jar.
Oh, let me ask you a question. Can anti-woke people not be sexually harassed?
Yeah. Anyone can be sexually harassed.
So why does it matter if it's woke?
It doesn't, but it's definitely gonna.
So you're lying.
Unalign.
So you're lying. So
no, it's
so
gonna. Woke people are going to be against anti-woke people.
But it's not about a.
So like when, yeah, it's the same. They're going to be against anti-woke people, but not everyone thinks with that lens, right? When I look at the anti-wokers, yes, I put on my anti-woke lens, and that's how I view it through, because that's very much the culture war. But even when I go over to, say, VTuber drama that I'm looking at, I have to take that lens off in a lot of situations, because it's not about, like, I can't just say, well, this person's woke, this person's anti-woke, that's why they're going at each other. No, there could be, they could not consider anything in the culture war. Just because their beliefs are a little bit more soy, I don't think considers them necessarily woke. And I don't think because you're more, I can't say conservative because that's not what it is, far right, we'll say, then that doesn't necessarily mean that you're an anti-woker, right? Your beliefs and your morals and things like that can be outside of culture war.
Woke versus anti-woke thing, because then why?
Yeah, it's a difference in values.
So are you calling Beckett
There
woke?
is a difference in values.
Are you calling Beckett woke?
I don't know what Beckett is.
He's
okay?
not.
Don't
Neither am I.
ask.
You also said that I'm not woke. I'm soy,
no
but not
clue.
necessarily not woke. But again,
you're definitely soy. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Really is the woke ass bitch by self-admission.
Okay, but then my question to you then is that why does that matter? Because you by your own words said that an anti-woke person. You just said an anti-woke person.
And a
can
certain
also
video,
be sexually
Beckett
harassed.
says Jar was the token right wing member of the ACC. Okay,
Which
there
he
was a
was.
stream where he said that.
Which
yes,
he was.
He was. It's going to make him definitely a target for most of the people of the ACC. I'm surprised he lasted as long as he did without getting major pushback. He's very careful, very paranoid. We both can probably agree on that, right?
Yeah, we could agree
Because
that
of
Jar is
his
incredibly paranoid.
particular-
He abuses substances. That probably makes him more paranoid.
Yeah, probably. At least marijuana is known.
Adderall,
Definitely
cocaine.
Adderall.
Well,
cocaine.
He admitted
I'm
to
sure he did.
admitted to using cocaine earlier. I have already tracked most likely where he got it
Yeah,
from.
I think he mentioned that to me also.
Yeah,
but
he abuses his Adderall. That's why he requires the sleepy time calls, because he will use it in inopportune and unrecommended times. I know how the medication works.
Yeah, so do I.
But again,
it's definitely...
This is a common thing amongst YouTubers in general, from what I hear, abuse of Adderall.
Why does the woke matter if that is not the context of the conversation? Because it sounds like you're grasping for a narrative that's not there. It sounds like you want narrative control.
No, I'm deconstructing a false narrative. Okay,
You're
that's
deconstructing what false narrative?
But you can't deconstruct a false narrative if you don't use all the evidence that's within that false narrative. We'll see if he actually tells Fauci what that false narrative is.
That Jar doesn't have this history?
No, that Jar is not like Coyote Ugly in my particular video. I thought I made that clear. My critique of that sort of video can be found on my channel in a stream. I did a whole video critiquing just that video on its own, before I made this
I thought
video.
your video was in critique of Beckett's video. Now it's in critique of Coyote Lovely, calling him Coyote Lovely in one offhanded stream.
That was the first narrative that
I thought your
is
video
totally
was based
false.
on just that video. I'm sorry. Are you changing the story now?
No, I said 3 things in my comments.
But you just said
Okay.
that your video is specifically fighting against the Coyote Lovely narrative. But I thought you just said what you were trying to critique.
What did I say
was
in my
Beckett's
comment?
video.
Can you go back and read my
No,
comment?
no,
where
no,
I
no,
fleshed it out?
no.
No,
but
this
I
is my
heard you read out
stance.
your
Don't
comment.
get me in the worst. Do not try to use.
Are you struggling?
What I say in this.
Are you struggling?
No.
Why
Oh.
are you struggling?
At this point, I think Vincent's lost the game. Like he's not doing a good job at debating this to begin with. He doesn't. I don't think he has a solid basis that he's going off of for his videos. So it leaves it too open for Falgi, who is well versed in this drama, to just tear it apart, to just completely break it down.
I'm not struggling. You're trying to reframe it.
I'm not reframing it. I'm using your words.
Yes.
I'm using
Yes,
your
my
words.
Words. Okay.
Come on, continue. So, is this video about Beckett's video, or is it about the Coyote Lovely narrative? Yes or no? Or not even yes or no. Can you just clarify that?
I have a statement.
So
to
you
a comment you didn't respond.
You just said yeah.
There's
I have
3
I
things.
have a life. I'm not gonna respond to every comment. It
Okay.
was just funnier that you actually commented and you skipped absolutely everything I said. But it's okay. Again. So is this
Because we have different values, we focus on different things.
What values do you think I have?
I have no clue, but
So why do we have different? How do you know we have different values?
Because we fundamentally do, obviously.
What values do
Okay?
you think I have?
I don't know what values you have, but they're clearly not in line with my values.
What are your
which
values?
Does not rely
What
on
are your
these
values?
insane mind reading things by going over this.
What values do you think I have? Let's start there.
No, I am not going to.
What values do you have?
mind
Let's see
read
if they're
for you.
aligned. Let's see if they're aligned.
It is the social contract. You agree, you make a social contract with particular people and you fall into agreement with them on a shared level. When someone breaks that agreement, you break the social contract.
Interesting. I don't agree to that. I mean, I actually.
Yeah, see?
No.
I figured as much.
No. Let me explain to you what my values
Okay.
are, because
That's fine.
because if you have followed me a little bit long enough, you would.
You know, that thing kind of points into the social contract idea that you have to, if you're part of a group, you have to dedicate everything to that group. I just don't agree with that. Everybody can be individuals and have their own opinions and things like that. Your opinions may align with people, absolutely might align with people, but this idea that you're getting into the social contract sounds like it's the complete basis for why he thinks the commentary community is the way it is.
See that I always try to keep the peace, because the way that I try to do it is I try to befriend people of different backgrounds and of different contents, and even people that don't like each other. And unfortunately, that has burned me way too many times in the year that I've been streaming.
It typically does.
Yeah, but I still try to do it because I still see the good in people, right? I still think that that's important. It's not a.
Yeah,
It's not
you're
a
more of a
quote-unquote woke.
optimist than me then.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But again, why does the value of that or any value matter regarding Jar? Because by that transitive property, I should be more fair to Jar.
Then why aren't you?
Because there's evidence that proves otherwise. And
That he's a liar. You have evidence that he's a liar.
Yes.
That's your evidence, is the fact in that call you think that claims makes him a liar.
No, it's the totality of his interactions on the internet regarding the Cinebear drama.
Okay. So it's death by a million paper cuts is what you're saying.
No, it's his contradictions and continued statements on it.
Yeah, it's you have to it's like you have to go over all of the evidence to come to a conclusion, right? You have to it's not death by 1,000 cuts per se. It's go and I just copied Fauci. It's looking at everything from a objective lens, like trying not to put your bias into it, which is going to happen, but you can't point out one particular thing that's happening in the jar situation or any situation and be like, this breaks the whole narrative apart. I mean, there are some cases where that, I guess, that can happen, but if you're not looking at all of the evidence and you're only looking at that one part, how do you know? How do you know that that's what's happening?
Right? As well as the fact that, yes, he has sexually harassed women. It's just a fact, which is, it is what it is. But if you're saying that they're all lying, people who are not connected to one another, I don't know what to tell you. There are people that
was it clear to Jar that he was sexually harassing that woman at the time?
What would it matter if Jar was aware that he was sexually harassing someone? That doesn't make it not sexual harassment.
Matter.
Jar.
Why
do
would
you
that
think
matter?
Jar thought he was sexually harassing that woman at the time?
Who cares? I'm sorry.
I care. Okay?
Why does that matter? Why does that actually matter?
What Jar? Because why does it matter if Jar knew what he would be considered sexual harassment to the person he was talking about? This seems a little bit crazy.
So what you're saying is that Jar is Jar under a conservatorship of some kind? I don't know. Like, are you saying that he's too autistic to understand what boundaries are?
No, he has a different set of values at the end of the day of what would constitute as sexual harassment. What would count as racism?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. So there are values set to sexual harassment. Interesting.
That is an absolute crazy statement, though. So what you're saying is, if I don't consider sending a dick pic to a woman sexual harassment, then she can't consider it sexual harassment because my values say it's not sexual harassment. That's an insane statement. No, sexual harassment is sexual harassment, and it's up to you to know the difference and where boundaries are. That's just to live in a society.
What are the value sets that you have against sexual harassment? What do you consider sexual harassment?
This isn't about what I consider sexual harassment.
No, it is.
Here.
What do you consider sexual harassment? You made the video. What do you consider sexual harassment?
Okay, if they would have said no, okay, and explicit, like, don't talk to me that way. That would have been a direct, like, dude, don't talk to me that way, is how she could have shut that down.
And, okay, I can be very critical of a lot of women who will claim sexual assault or rape or any of these things when it's clearly a bad date or bad experience, right? If you don't do something to indicate that you're not into it, then yeah, I don't consider that rape. But to say that it has to be no doesn't that's completely opposite direction, right? If I ask a girl to sit into my lap, or if I pull a girl into my lap and she gets up and walks away immediately, can I not take that as a nonverbal communication that she didn't want to do that? Right? If something starts to get heated with a girl and you start moving your hand, to places, and they move your hand away, is that not a nonverbal means of saying no? You have to say no, the words to make that right. That's another insane statement to me.
So do you think the multiple times that no, we're not leaving this. Do you think the multiple times that when Mally says, hey, I don't want to hang out with you. Hey, I don't want to hang out with you. Why are you talking about me behind my back? You think those aren't no's?
They aren't being direct enough for someone like Jar to pick
Oh,
up
so
on
they
that.
have to be direct enough to be. They have to be
Jesus.
right.
Nope.
So when they say, "Hey, you're harassing me," continually and constantly, even when there's a separate. Do you know about the Mally call?
Yes, I know about the Mally call.
Do you think that he's harassing her then when he threatens to use his audience against her?
Why are we bringing up all these outside
Why are you so
things?
silent? Come on. Put it together. It's a picture.
Am I on mute? No.
No. Put it.
I do not
put the picture
accept
together.
it. I do not accept your conditions. Okay.
What, you don't accept
You
my
cannot
conditions?
force-
What do you mean?
Yes, your assertions. I'm not going to play this game.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to keep going down this path, go ahead. You can make all the arguments of Jar. I told you my focus. This has been my focus this whole time.
So what you're saying is that you would purposely leave information out.
Is I have
so you don't value
within this case.
Okay, so what you value?
I'm focused on the narrative of Beckett with the sort of critique of the actual video of Freak that Beckett
So you don't.
together.
So what you don't value is the truth. Because
that's not the truth. That's the
so do you, so you know you
truth
lied
of
in the
these
video,
people.
right? So you know he was lying in the video, and you know that you don't care that you lie, right? Right?
No, I don't know anyone's lying. As far as
I thought you said the women were lying. I thought you said that you thought the women were lying.
You were pressing me on that. I would sort of stray that way, but I did not say for sure.
So
I
you
know
that
they're
you're
lying.
So you know that you're lying though, because you don't have proof of it that they're lying.
Yes, but that's a position you pushed on me. I said I didn't want to answer that because I could not judge that completely.
So you know you published false information in your video. Okay, that's fair.
No, what false information in my video?
So here's my question.
What
here's my
false
question.
information in my video? What is the false information in my
video?
video?
You are believing that there is a concerted effort to create Jar as a lolcow. He was content. Now again, I would agree with Impleton. But again, what you are asserting is that the women were lying and they're playing it up.
No,
very interesting. Do you know? Do you know that Jar was part of the contributing factors of Jade and Animations for coming out as asexual?
How does that have to do with my video? Why are you adding all these?
Well, there's a person who's saying no. I don't want to be sexualized. She said no. Should he have not stopped?
Did he?
I'm sorry. She came out publicly and said it. Are you aware of that?
No. What did she say?
She was coming out as asexual because she didn't appreciate that people were making NSFW art of her character. She had asked about it. Right?
Something that Jar ordered, got a commission for after the fact.
Right? So do you not think that he was not a part of a contributing factor for that because he's part of a community that would create that because he specifically commissioned somebody to make lewd art of her? And I'm not going to go with the pedophile argument because A, Jar is not a pedophile from any knowledge in the universe. We don't know that. And B, he did not know that artist was 17. That artist lied to him. So again, do you not think that a person who has asked people to not create NSFW art of them, and then Jar then commissions it after the fact, is not a contributing factor, and that is not her saying no?
I don't know. Okay.
So your research is incomplete. Okay, good to know. So, what do you believe a retrospective is? What do you think the object of the video was, and how do you think a retrospective is happening?
Retrospective.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going with this?
Because I'm asking you, do you know what a retrospective means? Do you understand the point of Beckett's video? Why is it taking so long to answer?
Because
would you like me to look up
this life.
Would you like me to look up the definition of retrospective for you?
I have something outside this life. It's like he already knows that he's being broken down, and we're real close to the moment. But it really does feel like he didn't understand the material that he was looking at, or he just didn't look it up. He just went for he was looking for a really particular piece of information, to be able to build this narrative on, but he wasn't taking in all of the other information around it, right? What Falgi's alluding to is the video that Vincent shows in all of his videos or in that video is what's the word for it? Did I just? Oh, I think it adjust. Anyway, in those videos, it was a retrospective on Jar. It was Jar's history. That's all that video was going over Jar's entire history because he was, because someone wanted him to do it.
I have no problem doing that. Hold up. Let's do that. Retrospective. Let's do that real quick. I could pull it up for you.
Now this was being mean. This was being a little. It's not that he's been particularly nice to Vincent, but yeah, this is just kind of kicking him while he's down.
I'll even do it from where's Webster's? There we go. There's Webster's. Perfect. So Webster's.
Are you just gonna talk at me this whole time?
I'm asking you a question and you're not answering. And
I don't have to answer it.
So you're avoiding the question. So you fundamentally don't understand what a retrospective video is.
Oh God! So you're using the genre defense.
I'm not using a genre
this.
defense.
Okay.
If you don't understand, if you fundamentally don't understand a video, how can you critique it properly?
Oh, I see what you're going. You're using my own criticism against you. Against me.
No, I'm not. I actually understood what your video was. You just didn't answer any of the criticisms. But again, I'm asking you
criticism,
again.
you can't accept that I'm focused on certain aspects within that video, within this video, and sort of explaining the context around that, and not actually making any particular moral judgments about Jar in general, just that this was a gay op that he was set up with, which is something you agreed with. And
I specifically with Himpleton.
All these
No. Let it be clarified. With Kumo and Himpleton, yes. With Beckett and the women of the ACC who had instances with him, absolutely not. That's not how that works. Himpleton, of course, gay opt him. What the fuck are we all like? Are we stupid?
Okay.
Yes, but even Himpleton
Same
agreed
thing with
to
Kumo.
it.
Same thing most likely with Kumo.
Kumo.
Something that freaking Beckett went along with, helped along with.
Again,
that's
in the beginning of that live stream, but time moves in a linear fashion. He didn't know about the Defense League until later.
But in that video, he said
no.
Jar
In the live
was trying to
stream,
gay op.
I'm talking
about back to the video, the one that I said I was trying to critique. You can disagree with my critique of it, okay?
But your critique is fundamentally incorrect because you're not
fundamentally incorrect because
oh man,
no, not because it's a retrospective. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. Why don't you pull up the timestamp of what you're speaking about and we could discuss it?
Because I don't have to at the end of the day.
Okay, so you can't do it. Okay.
This is just craziness. Like, pull it up so you can talk about it. If you're confident in your argument, bring it up so we can discuss it. It may take me a minute, but I would pull up something like this to fight my defenses.
Interesting. So every time.
Yes, I'm not focused on that particular section.
Do you know what Jar actually said to Mally at VidCon? She's actually in the chat because she is constantly saying, I said no multiple times. So she fits the definition. Yes.
I saw those DMs, okay?
Okay, so
I read them.
So you just said that they weren't saying no hard enough.
That they weren't being direct. Like
she did say no. She was being direct. So are you saying that she's lying?
She said don't do that. Yes, he was.
So don't do that is not a no?
Okay.
Don't do that is not a no?
I personally don't think Vincent has really thought about this all that hard. Again, other than trying to get a dig at the commentary community.
Yes, it's a no.
So you're wrong. Okay, so you're wrong. Okay. So part of your narrative is incorrect. That the women together are gay-opping them because they were never direct.
No, I'd never said they were gay-opping them. I said specific people gay opt.
No,
Jar.
because when you're highlighting something, when you're highlighting a part of your video, you put Thuman's channel up specifically in relation to the video that she created. You're talking about a cabal of people. She is another person who interacted with Jar. So you're saying Thuman is also lying. So what you're saying is everybody is lying, even if they show that they said no. So you need to show them that they said no. So they all have to come to you and say, "Hey, I didn't say this. Hey, I didn't say this." Very
no.
interesting.
I'm saying there's a tribal bias against Jar's worldview and not understanding that.
So you think that. Interesting. So you think that there's a tribal thing because of him being like not woke, anti-woke, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yes.
What's your proof for that?
But he considers himself anti-woke and she considers herself woke.
So that's proof enough for you? Not
that she has a bias against his worldview and his certain set of values? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Then I've seen it the opposite way. Anti-woke considers the woke.
Yeah, it just goes back to this lens that he's living his world through, where everything is woke and anti-woke. It can't be anything in between. It has to be this specific thing. And I think it just completely tears apart his argument that people can be beyond. There's more to it than just the surface level ideas of woke and anti-woke.
The wrong way, okay? They should be destroyed.
So why does it's okay?
Tribal mindset.
Okay. But why does that matter regarding the retrospective video in highlighting the fact that there is evidence of Jar harassing women and doing other things in the space?
He thought he was friends with the women, okay? It was obviously not true. He thought that he used to be friends or he could be friends. And he went to VidCon and thinking maybe I can connect with at least one of these people. Was there other people he DM'd during that time? Do you know? You have more insider knowledge, I'm betting.
I'm speaking specifically about the women, please. I know that I believe he says that he attempted to, but that's not the point. And if I have more insider knowledge than you, the person who made the video, who is critiquing the Jar Freak retrospective, and those DMs are in the video, shouldn't you also know that? Again, so let's read it. I can read it if you want me to share my screen. I don't even know how to do it on this thing, so it doesn't really matter. Just the Robot says, want to meet up at 12 at the water fountain. Mally Malware. I'm not at VidCon anymore. Go home and rest, so nah. Enjoy your day. Just the Robot. I meant tomorrow. I also left. Just the Robot. I think it closes at 9 or 10 p.m.
Yeah,
nah, I'm good. I got a lot to do.
Now. Thank you for coming by.
What?
This is all.
Yeah, and this is like it's like the moment he brought up these tweets, it kind of fell apart. Like he this is something that Vincent should have known making these videos.
Ending? Are you running? Vince, are you running?
Nope. I'm ending the stream.
My stream is still going. I've been streaming. Why don't we keep talking?
Because I don't have to, jackass. Bye-bye.
Yo! He fucking ran! Yeah!
This is just, it's such a bad look overall for Vincent in this entire thing. Like, there is more to this if you want to go watch it. They bring in Mally, who is one of the people that told Jar no. Beckett comes on and talks some other stuff for it. One thing like I want to note, so I asked Vincent, a couple of questions around this. Like one of them was, I said that I don't know that about him being wrong. I think he said to me, let's see here. I'm not going to leak anything, but I'd asked them the question because they bring up something that said that I mentioned it earlier in the stream that he knew some of his information was wrong and he went with it anyway. He says that that's not true. I pretty much kind of, I was like, I don't know that it's that you were like knowingly wrong, right? For me, it's a he said, she said, but I do think things were taken out of context. And the reason that today that I watched all these videos is his comment back to me was, it's not out of context if you watch the previous videos. Many elements of the videos would make more sense when the context of the previous video he did is kind of what he told me. And personally, I didn't like that answer. Because each video should be standalone, right? Add to maybe, but I shouldn't have to necessarily go back to the video to get the context that's in this video. So I tried to watch them all. I can't see a coherent message throughout these 3 videos that tells me anything more than he thinks commentary is bad and that he doesn't like Queeman. So all in all, I think this is it's a really bad look. It's a really bad situation for him. I really bad. I mean, it's shitter drama, right? But it just shows he didn't do his due diligence on this Jar video, and I don't think on any of his videos that were in this anti-woke space. It looks very dishonest. It looks chimped. It's it's bad. There's nothing positive I can really say on any of these videos that came out. Career over. Was that me? Holy shit. Hold on. That shouldn't be making noise. Oh, let's do that. That shouldn't be happening in the chat. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if his career is over per se, but I mean, it's not. This isn't going to be a good look for him. This kind of ruins his credibility on a lot of things. British Runner was talking about it because he's friends with Vincent, or at least acquaintances with him. He's like, it's going to make every other video. It's going to make you look harder at to see if Vincent's actually taking in all of the evidence, if he's actually looking into everything. We'll see how that goes in the future. If Vincent wants to come on anytime, I'm always willing to come on and chat about it. He can chat about it with me in DMs. I think he just got roasted on this, and I think his video is complete failure on every level. And what I hope he takes out of this is he needs to do all of the research when it comes to the video. You can't just pull the elements that you don't like out of there without having the context of the full drama, especially if your video is a defense for somebody who seems to be indefensible, right? So with that, I am done for the night. We went over quite a bit, but I wanted to make sure I got all of this in tonight. Saturday may be a little bit different. I got some Nazi VTuber drama that I want to go over, and anything else that might come up, videos and all of that. So thanks for coming by. If you haven't liked the video, or if you haven't liked the stream, like the stream, subscribe if you want to hear more. And we'll see you tomorrow for the next video. All right. See you later.